When I was just a lad, I met a gal from old Bordeaux. She had blonde hair and blue eyes too.
Let me ride on the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? It's soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and split in two. That's what you call a ring-dang-doo.
Took me down into her cellar, said that I was a mighty fine fellow. Fed me wine,
whiskey too. Let me ride on the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? It's soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and split in two. That's what you call a ring-dang-doo.
Her father come in, angrily said, now you have lost your
maidenhead.
Pack your bags and coat bags too.
Make your living off the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? Soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and split in two. That's what you call a ring-dang-doo.
She went off to be a whore, hung this sign upon her door.
$1 each and 3 for 2. Take a crack at the ring-dang-doo, the ring-dang-doo. Now what is that? Soft and round like a pussy cat. Got a hole in the middle and it's split in two. And that's what they call a ring-dang-doo. Well, what I do say, says getting pretty nice. She says, let's lay down on the grass and diddle-diddle all day. She says, let's lay down on the grass and diddle-diddle all day. And we diddle-diddle did too.
All day long on the prairies I ride. Not even a dog to trot by my side. Fire I kindle, townships around.
A coffee
I boil without being brown. I wash in a pool and I wipe on a sack. I carry my wardrobe all on my back. For want of an oven, I cook bread in a pot. And I sleep on the ground for want of a cot. My ceiling's the sky, my floor is the grass. My music's the lowering of my shiny white ass. My books are guns, my sermons the stones. My parson's a wolf on his pulpit of bones. Now sometimes I rob a bank on Main Street. You can't blame me for wanting to eat, but show me a man that sleeps more profound than big old Uncle lying out on the ground.
As the newspapers call for our gang's demise, says we're no good thieves that you should despise. A parson remarks from his pulpit of bones, fortune favors those who look out for their own. Yeah.
Oh, I'm a wild free-ranging rover. I roam and sing a merry song. The wide, wide world I wander over. With a light, light heart I rove along. Oh, I'm a wild free rover. I sing a merry song. The wide, wide world I wander over. With a light, light heart I rove along. With a light, light heart I rove along. The wind roves free o'er hill and river, and the clouds roam free along the sky. Each little bird's a wild free rover, and a rover wild and free am I. Oh, I'm a wild free rover, I sing a merry song. The wide, wide world I wander over, with a light, light heart I rove along. With a light, light heart I roll along.
Good morning, everybody. Or good evening, wherever you are. I'm glad to have you here. Hopefully you are doing well. I know, that I am. I'm happy to be here with you. We're here together. We're making it. Let me know if the audio sounds good. I don't have my headphones on yet because my hair is still a wee bit wet. So I'm going to wait for it to dry before doing that. But with all that said, we have like a crap ton of stuff that we can talk about today. Is today? Yeah, today's Friday. Jeez, man. I just had like a moment of, holy crap, it feels like a Wednesday almost. Like, I don't know why. I don't know. Feels like we're in the middle of it. In the eye of a hurricane. Oh, goodness. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? I'm glad to have you in here. Let me get this chat set up on this monitor too. Ooh, where's my... Okay, there we go. There we go. If you guys don't follow me on Instagram, you should, because I did just post the a picture of my current setup, and it's a wee bit overkill, if I'm being real. It's a wee bit overkill. Streamlabs is working now, but it's referencing for subs. Oh. Okay, at least Streamlabs is in here, because none of the other bots we tried worked, and none of them ever showed up on here. So, yeah, I did listen to you, Rocky. I did. Apparently, I've got some stuff I need to tweak though, if it's popping up with that. But anyway, we have a good bunch of stuff. Before anybody asks, no, I do not have a code for God of War Ragnarok. Sad day. As I said Wednesday and Monday, I don't know why. They sent me codes for like Uncharted and The Last of Us Part 1, but not on God of War. Nikki's like, it's probably because got like the Uncharted release. Like, there's not a lot that you can say about it. And let's be real, like, not many people are waiting for reviews for the Uncharted collection. They just want to play Uncharted on PC. But, like, the reviews for God of War, yeah, they want to keep that very, very specialized and relegated just to the people that they want to get it to. So, it's whatever. Today we are drinking an orange rain in here. They're nice, 10 calories, give you a wee bit of energy, and they also taste like this thing called Soda Shacks that I used to get all the time in high school. So it like takes me right back. Later, once we eventually get Gotham Knights actually running, weird thing, right now, at least on my screen, everything is locked. And it says that it's going to unlock in less than an hour, but it said that for over an hour. So everything I Googled said that it was going to be available at midnight last night. So I don't know. Already things are falling apart. Like already, you know, they're really off to a great start. But once that unlocks, we'll jump on it. Until then, we're just kind of vibing. Thank you, Brandon. The discontinuation of Soda Shacks were the worst thing ever. You guys don't know. Those things, they look like mortar shells. And maybe I can find a picture. It was Soda Shack. We always called them Shack sodas. But, dude, yeah, here they are. Oh, that's a throwback. These things. They had his face big on them. This one specifically, the orange cream soda, tastes exactly like the orange dreamsicle whatever rain. And these things were so freaking good. So good. There was a gas station within, like, it was down the hill, so it was probably like a 5 to 10 minute walk. But we would go, and after school, between extracurriculars, we would walk all the way down to the gas station down the hill. And Caleb and I, we would get a Soda Shack, and it was like our drink for the next morning. So we would drink this like through the classes the next morning. We just kept that going. But these things were The bomb. Extremely rare unopened. They want $1,500 for it. My face is in front of it. Look at this. Extremely rare unopened Shaq soda set. $1,500. No biggie. No biggie. Oh, dude. They were so good. So good. A time long since lost. But, so great. Let's see. Quotes, timers, commands, modules, loyalty queue, store polls, betting. I don't really want it to just go off every time somebody subs, because that'll happen a lot. Let me turn off subscription notifications, but donations to the channel, to charity, memberships, all of that will still get a notification in the chat. Boom. Okay. So, all of that to say, whenever Gotham Knights unlocks, we'll jump on it. But as of right now, it seems like nobody actually knows when it's supposed to unlock. People are saying midnight, last night. People are saying, like, who knows? Who knows? Soda, more than a 4090? Yeah, for real. What? By the way, my new sponsor, which we're going to unveil in a couple of weeks in November, who are kitting out the studio with a new gaming PC and everything, they pulled some strings and were able to get a 4090 for the new build. So it will officially be total overkill. But I mean, what else are you gonna do? You know, if you're upgrading your computer and you don't want to touch it for the next 3-4 years, that's how you do it. I know I said that with this one when I built it, but this one's it's been like a year and a half. Yeah, about a year and a half. So, new sponsor and new long-term sponsor. And those are really tough to get for a sponsor to like tie into you for an extended period of time. It's a nice thing. I'm not complaining. By the way, we got 189 people in here. Thank you guys so much. Like I said, we will be jumping on Gotham Knights just as soon as they freaking unlock it. They've said it's coming in less than an hour for over an hour, so I literally don't know what's happening. But once it does, we'll jump on it. In the meantime, if you guys could hit the like button on the stream, that would be tremendous, because that does actually help YouTube. Who knew? Luke Stevens and Hustlers University collab. Is that sounds like some sort of Andrew Tate type thing? Is that what it is? It's like Trump University reimagined. Closed and reopened Steam. Okay, let's try that. You're right. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Okay, Steam exit. Full close of Steam. We'll try that. All of you use Truffle TV right now so I can flex my emotes. Yes, so the like support on Steam for emotes and stuff is not great. So if you want to use all of that stuff, you can jump on the Truffle plugin, and it's great. It's great. Okay, rebooting Steam. We'll try that. Sup, Wazid? Glad to have you. Thanks for coming by. Still says it's coming out yesterday. I'm rebooting it now. Let's see. Gotham Knights. Okay, what the hell? Now, it says it's coming out tomorrow? In the span of 60 seconds, it was delayed a day? What? What? I'm in October 22nd now, since you're in Australia, and it's still not out here. Okay. I'm so confused. Hold on. Is there real, like, is anyone else playing it? Can anybody see, like, I haven't seen anything on Twitter. about people playing it. How do they screw it up like this? Okay, so I like at the worst possible or the latest possible moment, I think 11. Steam charts. Ooh, yeah, we can try that. Steam charts. Excuse me, Gotham Knights. Will it even let us search it? Gotham Knights. Current players 0. No, that's a play test. Yeah, the game doesn't even show up. It's only the play test that shows up. Okay. Twitter. Yeah, what, by the way, guys, what is all of this crap with Grand Theft Auto 6? Why did people think that they were going to reveal something today? Because I've seen tons of people talk about it, but I haven't seen anything. We'll touch on these early impressions videos and things. I don't think we'll get too into it because because I don't want to spoil anything, but I got my review code, boys. Yong out. God damn it, Yong. I swear to God. Okay, well, if he just... Oh, you see. I see the link, Rocky. Thank you. Your first night in Gotham begins soon. Rolling basis based on midnight in your region. What? So it comes out midnight tonight, not midnight. Or is that, this is so confusing. Okay, October 21st. Time occurs October 20th. PC releases 10/21 at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Okay, I can read. So 11 a.m., 38 minutes. Okay, you're right. See the fine print. Okay, why are they doing this? This seems so, like, why not just pick a time? Like, most games, they do like 8 p.m. Central European Standard Time. Everybody gets the game at that time. If it's 3 a.m. for you, bummer. But that's just how it is. I don't get the like, I don't know. This just gives me a headache. Anyway, I'm more just butthurt because I hopped on here and I was ready to go. Okay. Yong, yes, said he can't see much about it, but he has a small voice role in God of War Ragnarok. I need to start, like, really sucking up to some of these people. Really sucking up to some of these people. Because I'm not getting the special treatment. Like, what's wrong? Who do I need to meet in a bathhouse to get things going, you know? By the way, I'm frantically refreshing my inboxes to see if maybe they just sent me the review code late. Nope. Nothing in any of my inboxes. Yep, officially nothing. Big bummer. L's in the chat. Okay, so let me double check our dedicated spam folder. A lot of NFT invitations. NFT game co-working. What is that even? NFT car racing game. Sponsored teamwork NFT game. I kid you not. Like, this is all NFT stuff. I don't think I can show this stuff because I don't think they shared it with the intent for it to be shared. But, like, I kid you not. It's like 95% NFT crap. Let me move this into my main inbox. Hold on. That's actually an important email I do need to respond to. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I see none of this crap. So, oh well, womp womp. L's in the chat. I appreciate it, Stanova. When we gaming, apparently at 11 o'clock. So in 36 minutes when it unlocks. Allegedly. Okay. So let's tackle a couple of these little housekeeping things. Let's see. So a bunch of people got early access codes for God of War, and they've been playing it and feeling out what the game is like. And they were just allowed to publish some impressions. And out of those impressions, it just sounds like everybody freaking loves it. So yeah, these are a couple screenshots similar to what we've already seen, but these are apparently just from the first few hours. The game looks really good. Apparently they released some more info about performance modes, including like a 4K native, a 60 FPS update, or a 60 FPS mode for performance. Favor resolution high frame rate on, 4K at 40 FPS locked, or favor performance high frame rate targeting 120 FPS. Which is why it's always so funny when studios are like, yeah, we just can't, like, we can't manage. There was simply no way. There was no way. There was no way. But I mean, you see, when you build the game from the ground up with the goal of hitting this, you can manage it. I will say with the Gotham Knights thing, it really just seems that issue is because the game just runs really poorly. And so they were like, yeah, we can't crank it to 60 just because we can't. The game barely runs at 30. So like, what do you want from us? Whereas this, it seems like they're confident enough to do this. And the other thing is, they sent the first round of review codes out for God of War Ragnarok a solid 3.5 weeks before launch. That's insane. Okay. I received like, I think my Assassin's Creed Valhalla review code, I received that a solid like 4 days before launch. And that game is like 100 hours long. So like a lot of the time it can partially because they want to kind of screw you over a little bit. That's what the big problem with Cyberpunk 2077 was, is they sent review codes really late. They didn't allow you to use any of your own captured footage in your review, which is insane. Like, yeah, you can do a review, but you basically can't show anything you collected. Like, if that doesn't tell you, yeah, we're kind of worried about this, you know, that is a big ass red flag. So with God of War, though, it's the polar opposite. They're sending this out weeks in advance, and they're like, yeah, if you want to play through it 3 times for your review, go for it. And honestly, that's probably what some of these guys are going to do. They're just going to play and replay and play and replay. I mean, if I got the review code 3 weeks ahead of time, you better believe we'd have like a 2-hour critique going up on the day. Like, it would be total overkill, but we would do it. No, I don't want to see stuff about Kanye. Believe it or not, I don't care, even though I have this on the soundboard.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Why? I don't know, but I have it. Check out Gene Parks' impression. Gene Parks. Parks. Eric Gene? No. Gene Parks. Okay, that's not working. Let me see. I've got a bunch of leaks from Rocky over here. I can go over here. Scroll all the way down. Resident Evil Showcase stuff. We did get some Alan Wake stuff. All the good stuff. What is this? Amazon sending me emails telling me it's time to replace my furnace. Okay. Furnace filter, I should say. Not the whole damn furnace. I am Kanye West. Sup, Brad? Glad to have you. Sucks to be in uni whilst all these games are coming out. Yeah, I feel that. Parts of me miss being in university because I did like the structure and I liked having, those fun things to do. But there's other times where I'm like, yeah, right now being able to just kind of play whatever I want and all that is great. Oh, is it because it's the 25th anniversary? That's why everybody's freaking out about about Grand Theft Auto 6? Okay. That never made any sense. Jason Schreier, I haven't played enough God of War Ragnarok to offer any impressions yet, but one cool thing is that when you start it up, you're immediately given billions of options for accessibility, from button remapping to audio cues to high contrast presets. Should be an industry standard. I will say that I do think that's great. So I'm glad to have that. Red Room, have you played the game yet? I'm finding it so deep with the detective part of Batman. It feels like everything is connected to a case or aids in investigations. I'm loving it. I hope you enjoy it. Red Room, I have not played it yet because apparently the game doesn't come out for another half hour, so we're waiting. I'm really interested in how this 120 FPS mode works. But what that tells me also is if it's that scalable, I would imagine this thing runs like a dream on the Steam Deck. Like when they eventually port it to PC. Oh, baby. Being able to play God of War. Oh, you can't see it. It's behind my face. Being able to play God of War 2018 on the Steam Deck was trippy as hell. Because it's like this. It feels like this shouldn't be happening. But you can do it, and it's great. I'm very curious how Ragnarok is going to run on a PS4. Well, that's what makes me think that it will run well on the Steam Deck, because the Steam Deck basically runs like a PS4, like a base PS4 or Xbox One. And so if it can run on a PS4, it can run on something of the caliber of the Steam Deck. So I'm pumped for when they eventually bring it. Assuming the game's good. Like maybe the game sucks or totally miffs it in the last act. Who knows? But the one thing with this game is the hype is so big and high, and it's polished. The initial reviews, just so everybody is aware, the initial reviews are going to be crazy good, okay? Like, let's just be real. This game was never going to review poorly. So, does that mean that the game is going to be perfect or it's not going to have issues? Well, of course not. There are some issues. Or there's always issues. No game is perfect. But that's why, like, for a big critique from me, from Joseph Anderson, from those other guys, we're going to be taking maybe a month or two before it comes out to let the emotions settle. Just like with Elden Ring, on launch day, if you tried to critique or criticize anything about Elden Ring, you would get torn apart. Like, the one time I ever had Shillup come into a like YouTube chat, was when I was responding to the IGN review of Elden Ring, which described multiple problems with the game, and then they still gave it a perfect score. And I just said that seems to be like antithetical to the idea of a perfect like score. Like perfect means you couldn't figure out anything better than that. And I get it. 10 is just a number they associate with masterpiece. So if it's a masterpiece, then they give it a 10. Doesn't mean there's no issues. But I thought it was funny that they bash it and they say it's got issues, and then it's still a perfect 10 out of 10. I was like, at least a 9.5. Be a little consistent. And then our Aussie friend jumped in chat and was like, I actually thought it was one of the best reviews I've seen of the game. I was like, respectfully, who gives a shit? Like, okay. I don't like, people ended up saying the video came off kind of weird, like I was trying to bash the reviewer, and I didn't mean it to be like that. We were just pointing out, like, in the review they describe a ton of problems with it and then they give it a perfect score. So I was like, that seems weird to me, but okay, whatever. But people were funny. I didn't get what Skillup's deal was with that. I was like, okay, like, why are you here? No, respectfully, nobody asked you. You know, like, okay. It was just weird. Let's see. Red Room, really love Luke Bry. He's the only person who reviews games like I played them. Awesome. I appreciate that. Well, George, it was just weird. Like, I wouldn't call it an attack, but it was like the kind of thing when you're telling a story to friends. This is what it felt like to me. Like when you have friends and you're telling a story, and everybody kind of exaggerates some things occasionally when they tell a story, right? And they're like, oh yeah, I went fishing and I got the fish and it was like this big. And it just felt like he came in just because he could, and he's like, actually, that breed of fish doesn't go above 12.5 inches, so your story is impossible. And so it just, like, it left a bad taste in my mouth. I was like, okay, screw you. Like, I don't give a shit. It was weird. It was weird. And I don't think he meant it in a mean way. I don't think he meant it in a confrontational way. I think it just came off weird being in the comment section. And I don't know. It was just, there were some really weird things. There's been a couple of times where he's just, it's like he said a couple things where it just comes off weird. It feels like, are you trying to start something? Like, what's your problem, dude? Like, respectfully, I didn't come and ask you your opinion. Like, why are you jumping in here and, like, trying to rally your viewers? You know, it was just weird. It came off weird. Let's see. God of War. All of that looks pretty standard. I don't know. It just looks really good. I mean, again, shocker, right? The God of War impressions are really positive. So, again, you just have to ask yourself, what would it take for the impressions to come back negative? It would have to be like a super broken technical mess. Because I think even if, like, the gameplay were a little lackluster in the opening sequences, people still would be like, oh, it's just the opening hour, so it's a slow start, but once we're in it, it's going to be great. So, I think almost, especially with how much they've delayed it, I think there is almost no possibility that this was ever going to get bad initial impressions. Because, again, it's supposed to be like 20, 30 hours long. No matter what, people are going to be able to say, like, it's a slow start. Or, it was weird, you know, whatever. Have I pre-ordered it? No, Link, I have not. I will try to jump on Warzone 2.0, but I don't usually need to play, like, I don't really enjoy the classical multiplayer stuff. I like the battle royales and ranked, like Apex. My favorite thing is ranked arenas. So stuff like that I appreciate. Would you say there are some review proof games? Sir, I mean, if I understand your question, it's interesting. Like, are there games where the reviews, almost no matter what, will be just a waste of time? Like, they'll always be the same, regardless of what the minutia of the game is actually contains. And that's interesting, because I do think, like Elden Ring, again, to a certain extent, there are a couple of exceptions, but as long as it wasn't like a broken travesty, anything from like pretty good to masterpiece would have gotten the masterpiece score. And I think it's just because they have a very enraptured fan base, which is part of the reason, like, now people, like, I was all into Elden Ring and I was having trouble figuring out things I had problems with for the first, like, 30 hours of Elden Ring. I was like, I really don't have any notes written down. Like, this game is amazing. I have nothing bad to say about it. But then as time went on and as the dust started to settle, and then I started trying to deal with like the patches, and they kept breaking things and then buffing other things, which broke other things, I started to have more to say. And it was because like the hype was dying down, the dust was settling, and then you could look at it more objectively. And still be like, this game is freaking amazing, but yeah, there's a couple things that we would change. So it just kind of depends. Like, I think whatever like Naughty Dog comes out with next, almost certainly, as long as it's polished, almost certainly will get rave reviews. As long as it's still like, you know, polished and it's not in like a totally different realm of what they've done before, you know, that type of thing. So I do think that there's certain games where the reviews will probably mean very, very little. And I've wanted to get Carrick from ACG on to talk about this because I do think it's important that people understand how these reviews actually are built. Like, it's as I've said before with like Elden Ring reviews. Elden Ring is going to be reviewed by the fans of Elden Ring, right? Of the fans of FromSoft games, of Soulsborne games. So they are already primed to love Elden Ring, which is why the review like editor puts that gamer on that game to review it. It just like, that makes sense. You wouldn't put the guy that only plays like Mario games and put him on reviewing Elden Ring. That wouldn't make any sense, right? So you put people on these games to review them who already have, you know, experience with that franchise and understand that. And what that means for people who are less bought in already, or are more skeptical, or maybe aren't super into that genre, it can often mean that they have unrealistic expectations for what that game is actually going to deliver them, because they see all of these 10s, but they kind of forget. They assume it's a 10 sort of objectively outside of any context. It's just a 10. It's a masterpiece, full stop. But you have to remember the reviews are from fans of that type of game. So it's a 10 for fans of that type of game, right? So it's a Elden Ring getting a 10 is a 10 for fans of games like Elden Ring. If you aren't gonna like, if you don't like those types of difficult melee combat games, you're not gonna like it. You're just not. It's not magic. Yeah, same thing with like The Last of Us Part 2 getting all these 10s. If you don't like really dark, depressing narrative games, you're never gonna like it. But if you do like those types of games, it's a 10 for you, right? So that's how you have to distinguish it. And it's why sometimes you can get into a bit of a mess with games that sort of meld genres, which I think is the issue that Death Stranding, for example, got into, because it was all of these Kojima fanboys who will praise Kojima for anything he does. And even if he put out a hot turd simulator and it's just like a turd on a plate that you put in a microwave and you just press a button to refresh it with 30 seconds more on high heat until it's a bubbling, boiling pile of crap, people would still be like, it's groundbreaking. It's stunning. You know, like, people would still, they would love it and they would make excuses for it. And so they'd give it like an 8 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10, but that's for fanboys of Kojima stuff, you know? So it's just important to remember all of these reviews are from a very specific perspective. And as long as you can understand and appreciate that, we're cool. The problem is just when a game gets like a 10 in one genre and they assume that it's a 10 for all of gaming, and that's not how it works. So yeah. Nuance is important. Yeah. Well, and that's why, like, I think the fact that game reviews are starting to get longer on average, I think that's good. I appreciate that, because people, at least now, reviewers can really take their time to explain their position and break it down, which I think is really good. Like, the 2 to 3 minute reviews, not a great way of doing it, but I mean, all told, I think it only causes issues with games that sort of blend and, like I said, sit on the fuzzy line between genre. And for those games, it can be kind of confusing as to what it actually is. Because it's like, was this reviewed as a fan, like Fallout 4? Fallout 4 is probably another great example, because people went into it hoping that they were getting a really dark and, or maybe not dark, but a really engaging RPG in the same vein as like Fallout New Vegas. And then other people went into it wanting an open world looter shooter. And playing it like a looter shooter, Fallout 4 is pretty good. Playing it like an RPG, it sucks ass. So how do you like balance those? Again, it's based on your sort of starting point, if you're evaluating it against that. And it's something we've really been trying on the, at least my channel, to buck the trend of, is to not critique games for what we want them to be, but rather for what they are. Because it doesn't make any damn sense at all to dismiss Gotham Knights because it has like 2-player co-op, right? We just say the game sucks. I mean, it has co-op. Like, that's not an argument, you know? But if I can then go and say, even with what it's trying to be, which is like a co-op, like full co-op, untethered game with like melee combat and then a gritty Court of Owls story, even doing like looking at it from that perspective, it fails for this, and this reason. That's much more valid than coming in and being like, I don't like it because it's different than what I wanted. That doesn't make any sense, you know? And it's why, honestly, I think it's probably for the best that Sony and PlayStation have tried so hard to keep God of War Ragnarok out of the public discussion, and they just haven't talked about it. It's because when you don't talk about it, people don't build unrealistic expectations. But when they do talk about it, stuff gets crazy and expectations get out of whack, which is the danger with something like Grand Theft Auto 6. You know, it's just going to go crazy once we start hearing more and more about it. No, we have not played it yet. The game has not released yet. And for some reason, when you go to the library, it thinks it's coming out tomorrow, even though it's supposedly releasing in 14 minutes on PC. So we'll jump on it when we can, when we get the option, as soon as they let us. Okay. Speaking of reviews, IGN review of Gotham Knights felt kind of dumb. Half the time the reviewers complaining, why isn't it like Arkham? Yeah, it's a delicate balance to make. Like, it's something we dealt with when we were initially talking about God of War 2018. And again, it's reviewing a game versus your expectations versus what it's trying to be and what it actually is. So reviewing like God of War 2018 and saying, I don't like it because it doesn't have enough big, like huge set pieces and big boss fights, that like that doesn't actually follow as like a fair critique, because they didn't set out. If you watch the developer interviews, they didn't set out with the goal of making God of War 3.5. You know, they wanted to make a new thing and lay the foundation out. You can still say, hey, I think the enemy repetition is terrible. I think there's all of this that I have issues with. But, you know, it's just, again, more nuance is a good thing. Who am I maining? I don't know. I keep thinking I will have an epiphany, an apothecary, but nothing yet. Nothing yet. Anderson Silva's going to kill Jake. Is Anderson Silva fighting Jake Paul? Are you kidding me? Anderson Silva was freaking good back in the day, but he's got a glass jaw now. I don't know about that. In boxing, oh man. And he's going to make millions off of it. And he's fighting like old, knocked up, like CTE riddled fighters. It's just like, it's kind of a bad look, if I'm being real. I haven't paid for a UFC fight in a minute, though. I probably should get back into it. I enjoy it. There's so much crap to keep up with, you know? So much crap. What do you know about UFC? I don't know, Brandon. I haven't really followed it closely in a few years. Like, I got really into it at the end of high school, first couple of years of college, and like I was all into it, but like I think pretty much once Conor McGregor started just doing all of those repeated fights and causing all that trouble in the UFC, I was like, this is just turning into the WWE, and I'm not interested in that. I'm not vibing for that, you know?
I'm vibing.
I'm not vibing. I'm not. So that kind of burned me out on it, but I mean, once they got rid of Brandon Schaub, I mean, what who am I supposed to root for? He's the most likable fighter on the roster. I will say I get an inordinate amount of pleasure from watching those videos breaking down like Brendan Schaub's comedy specials. Dude, I love them so much. They're so funny. There's so many horrible, horrible jokes. And there's so much random crap. Like, oh, couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. People going crazy after this. Uh-oh. What did you make me click on? Taylor Swift's new album is here. You got me to click on a Taylor Swift album description. See the thread? Okay, hold on. Just like I'm thoroughly confused. Let's see. Video Midnights. To a non-Swifty. Light a Camel putting on 3 a.m. edition. I don't understand. I still don't understand. Complete concept album. I don't get it. Luke, please watch please watch Silva and Chavez, and tell me Silva is going to destroy Jake Paul in one round. I need this in my life. It was Silva v Chavez recent. Because the last time I saw Anderson Silva was years ago, and I thought it looked pretty rough. Okay, I've got to mute this. I can't show it on screen because otherwise we'll get a copyright strike. But I just looked up Julio Chavez Jr. versus Anderson Silva full fight. Yeah, I don't know, man. He looks stiff. What is Silva doing? It's just, there's something weird. It's like fighting your elders, man. It's weird. Tito Ortiz is also like super washed up though. His prime was like 6 years ago. 6-7 years ago. You know, like, why can't he just go in there and fight like a current playa? You know, one of the big boys. It's like when Connor's talking all this crap and then they put him up against what's his name? The bear dude, Russian bear dude. Oh God. Habib Nurmagomedov, I think is what his name was. But Khabib, yeah. He comes in and just trounces Connor. And it's not even close. It's like kind of sad. It's because, yeah, like that's what a real fight. It's the same thing that happened with Ronda Rousey back in the day. Remember all the hype around Ronda Rousey? Everybody was like, Ronda Rousey is the future of fighting. It was the same stuff they did with Serena Williams, where they're just like, oh, she's the best thing ever. She could take on any man in the middleweight to lightweight range. It's like, no, like she entered into a division that had no competition. Like they were all very bottom of the pack fighters. And then like, yeah, Nunez shows up, who is a freaking demon straight out of hell. Like you don't mess with Nunez. And she comes in and she trounces Ronda, not even close, not even slightly competitive. And like, I do not understand how people were able to buy into that hype. Even like Rogan bought into it a little bit, a couple of times. Like I think he learned his lesson after that and he wasn't into it. But Crimson, no, this is going to be first impressions. I haven't touched it yet. 6 minutes and then supposedly it'll unlock. Reminds me of Kimbo Slice. Yeah. You were there when Holly Holmes kicked her. Oh, dude, that's badass. That would have been a cool fight. I just think the issue was that Ronda even bought into the hype too. And I think Connor started buying into the hype too. And once you buy into your own hype, you're done. Same with, what's his name? The big heavyweight guy. I think he was French. Recently that had the like heaviest recorded punch. What was his name? See, it's been a minute. I'm not like Francis Ngannou. That's what it was. Francis Ngannou. He also started to buy into his own hype. And so when he went up against these other like big fighters who had crazy wrestling capabilities, like he didn't stand a chance because they just went in there, throw him on the ground. He has no cardio. Yeah, Brock Lesnar too. Brock Lesnar was one of those people, you know, like Joe Rogan described him as having lunch boxes on his hands. Like, because they're just like, they had to order, I think they said it was 4X gloves for Brock Lesnar because his hands were so big. Like, that's insane. Like, I have fairly large hands. Look at these hands. Have you ever seen hands this big? I have like decently large hands and I wore like the medium/large ones. So imagine 4X. I mean, that's gotta be like your fists are gigantic. So I like Lesnar could have been great, but he had that thing. He had diverticulitis in his abdomen and his intestines for that one fight. It almost killed him. And so he was just, you know, it was never going to be a great fit. And also the issue with Brock Lesnar is he only started to make it big right as like UFC 200 hit. And when they started doing all of those drug tests with USADA. And I mean, look at Brock Lesnar. Are you really going to try to tell me that dude's clean? Like there is no planet. That guy's shooting like elephant and gorilla semen straight into his veins. Like he is on another planet. And so like, you can't tell me that he could go up against some of these other natties nowadays. Like, no way. Yeah, he's as clean as The Rock. Or like when you see Rogan with his shirt off and he's just built like a trapezoid and you're just like, dude, you're like 55 years old. And he's like, you know, not even close. Bobby Lashley, Undertaker was your guy. I'll be real. I've never really gotten the WWE stuff. The extent of my WWE knowledge is relegated mostly to the South Park episode where they held auditions for their own stuff. It was a good time. It was a good time. Let's see. You said Nadia wanting to head to Apex now. I don't know. I'm kind of done talking about her. Like, I hope if she isn't cheating, the nice thing is that she is getting tons of attention. Tons. Like I said, she's got like 15,000 subs on Twitch right now. That equates with donos and everything. She's probably making well over 50,000 a month. Somebody in my video, when I mentioned that and we posted that highlight, they were like, she had 17K. Jesus Christ. Somebody said like, I don't know, man. It just sounds like you're pretty jealous. You just keep going on about her having 15,000+ subs. I was like, am I jealous? Yes. Like, of course. You're jealous too. If you're not, what's wrong with you? Who doesn't want to make 50 grand in a month playing video games? Like, what? Of course I'm jealous. Like, how is that a gotcha? You know? Like, oh yeah, you got me. Oh, you figured me out. Like, of course, everybody wants that. Even people who swear off money and are like, I want to live in a hole in the ground. All of that, like, even they would like $50,000 that they could then give to charity or something. Like, everybody would like that money. Of course I'm jealous. Of course. My point was, she's making that, clearly capitalizing on accusations of cheating. And those 17,000 subs are from all of these, you know, simps that have come in and are like, actually, I think she's just way better than everybody else. Like, I don't know, man. I've seen some stuff that I can't explain. And even like Nick Merckx didn't say anything specific. Like, he didn't accuse her of cheating or anything, because of course he has to like play nice. But he was like, man, you got to look out for those streamers who play really good at home, and then once they get to a LAN event where there is no possible way of cheating and they play terribly, that's when you've got to really question what's going on. And he left it there, because everybody knows she plays awesome at home or at, you know, FaZe Swag's place. And then the second that she starts streaming at the LAN event, she plays like ass. I don't know. It could be, maybe it's just some epic troll on her part. Maybe, you know, she is that good, and then at the LAN event, she purposely played badly. It would be one of the most brilliant moves ever. And that's probably what she's telling people, is that she intentionally played bad at the LAN event to look better. Or to like sort of cultivate these rumors of her cheating. But yeah. Well, Thandile, that censor thing, I think that was the guy that was saying that it was a troll and she was also in on it. I am now getting an error code saying Gotham Knights has not been officially released when I try to click play. So I will keep spamming it. And now all of Steam is locked up. Great. I love that for us. I love that for us. I love it for us. Yeah, I'm restarting it. We're working on it. We're working on it. Work in progress. We're getting there. We'll be there soon. Well, living on a prayer. Okay. But everyone panic. Everybody freaking stay calm. Yeah. Oh, it's good times. Let's see. Oh yeah, Hans Niemann. You guys remember we talked about the like chess world thing that's going on, where all of them are like, there's a bunch of infighting. They thought one of the best players in the world was cheated against by Hans Niemann. Magnus Carlsen, probably just the outright world champion, or best player in the world. He is the world champion, but he accused Hans Niemann of cheating against him, and then chess.com like banned him and did all of this stuff. And so now Hans Niemann announced he's suing like everybody involved, each for like $100 million on like 6 counts each. Like it's kind of insane. So he's going scorched earth, and he's just trying to take them all down. We'll see what happens. It's going to start a long and lengthy legal fight. But yeah, I don't blame Hans. Like, he's not allowed to go to like any of the tournaments where he would make money. I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, okay. We are installing. It is going. Okay. It's going quick. We're on our way. Brandon, thank you for the 199. Luke, would love to hear your opinion on Silent Hill stream. We did our reactions to it on Wednesday.
Yes,
I thought it was
very early on that is very sad.
I don't know. I've never been into Silent Hill.
Necessarily. It's
the remake, I'm sure, will be okay.
Very well done.
Yeah. It'll be pretty good. It'll be okay.
The whole thing is like, not only are they those emotional beats, it's very funny as well.
But like Team Bloober, they've done a bunch of okay stuff. I thought like Layers of Fear, I think is what it was. I thought that was pretty good for like the time. Yeah, what are you listening to? Why is there audio playing? This is what happens when I don't have my headphones on. Did it start? Oh, it started auto playing a GameSpot video. Oops. Yeah. It just like started auto playing a GameSpot video. We got like a minute and a half in. Hopefully that wasn't going on too long. Oops. Oops. No, take us back. I was learning. I was getting better. I just start rambling on top of somebody else talking. Oops. How fast is your Wi-Fi? We are chugging along at 40 megabytes a second. So we are in the works. It's saying about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Sorry, everybody. They wouldn't allow you to preload it, which is also a weird thing. Dare I say, a red flag. As it were. King Cobra's live. Peace be upon him. 40 megabits per second. What's your internet connection? Lol. I am hardwired into everything for down here. And it is the fastest that I am allowed to have in this property without paying them to run fiber, which would be about 40 grand. Which I don't want to do. So we're just vibing with 40. Let's see. I'm multitasking at work with your stream and stuff. Did you talk about the Resident Evil stuff at all? No, not yet. Hold on, let me... While that's going... Okay, do we have this... Not yet. Not yet. Who's your Gotham main? I'm not sure. We're going to find out here in just a minute. We're going to find out. Let's do a quick speed through of these stream topics real quick. And then we will probably be just about ready to jump into Gotham. Okay. First things first, let's just touch on this real quick. Insomniac's Wolverine launch window, according to Microsoft. So as spotted by Tech for Gamers, some recent filings from Microsoft in relation to the UK Activision Blizzard acquisition, investigation, whatever, said that Wolverine will release in 2023. Saying all of this stuff, you know, they're just flinging mud at each other, saying like, hey, I think you suck. And no, I think you suck more, man. Screw you. So they went on and they said Insomniac is also developing Marvel Spider-Man 2, and it assured fans this week that the game would still be out in 2023, but Wolverine doesn't currently have a release window. That makes the inclusion of this title from Microsoft an odd one. It's unclear if Microsoft knows something that we don't, but it's also just as possible there were misinterpretation about Wolverine's release windows. Basically, because what they said was, Microsoft goes on to note that the range of exclusive titles coming to the console, to the PS5, PlayStation also has a spate of first and third-party exclusive titles lined up for launch in 2023, including Spider-Man, Wolverine, Horizon, Final Fantasy 16, and Forspoken. So the whole thing is they're saying, like, in this document, it suggests Wolverine is coming next year, even though it doesn't have a date. I don't look at this too great. I think, again, they're just trying to make it look like they have a ton of stuff coming exclusive. So, like, no, see, they're just as bad as what they're accusing us of being. So
this season,
let us buy Activision, basically. I don't put much weight into this. If you're thinking that this, like,
on a new map,
I swear to
Olympic.
God, stop it. It was paused and it starts playing videos. Ah, God damn it. Fine. I will put the headphones on. That's what I get. It's what I get. Anyway. Quick rewind. All of this to say, if you are putting money on Wolverine coming out next year because of this, I have some exclusive real estate on the moon to sell you, because I think you're gullible enough to take me up on it. because that's not much info to go on. Let's be completely honest. Let's see. This was just kind of funny. This defense in the same vein as the Microsoft stuff. So Microsoft's latest Activision acquisition defense. What if Call of Duty sucked? It could happen, you know, it could. So what they say, while Call of Duty is one of a number of popular franchises, its success over time is not guaranteed. Relevance with gamers is earned or lost with every release. This dynamic is shown by the performance of last year's Call of Duty Vanguard release, which was heavily criticized by the trade press and gamers alike, resulting in significantly lower sales than reflected in the internal documents cited by the CMA. Basically what they're saying is, if you're going to like diss us and say that we can't buy Activision because Call of Duty is super important and is a super big franchise, you're not really being fair, because the game is not always great, and if we continue to screw it up, it's going to be even worse, and it's also going to be received poorly. Like it's a weird defense. But again, they're just trying to pull out whatever they can to say that Sony's being unrealistic and is being kind of honestly, let's be real, even if you're a Sony pony, Sony is looking really, really desperate right now. Like, this is just a bad look. You know, while they're accusing Microsoft of trying to buy things up to make them exclusive, yesterday or 2 days ago for the Silent Hill thing, they just announced that they have a new exclusive for a year with the Silent Hill 2 remake. Like, cry me a river. You know, they're like, if you're going to try to be holier than thou, you have to be able to withstand even a little bit of investigation, and they can't manage it. So I just hope that Microsoft hires some crazy lawyers to get this thing across the finish line, because again, it's easy for us to feel like Microsoft is like right up there with Sony, but on paper with the numbers, Sony is like doing 2 to 3 times the business that Microsoft is in gaming. So it's going to change eventually, but Microsoft is technically the underdog in all of this. Sony's strategy of kicking and screaming about exclusives like children is an interesting PR move. Well, their fans seem like unwilling to criticize them for it. And it's like I said the other day, if they can, the whole issue with having like an oligopoly where you have a few like big groups that are controlling everything is that they corner the market and then they raise prices to capitalize on that market control. That's what Sony is saying Microsoft will do. They're buying Activision and Call of Duty and all of this. They're going to corner that section of the market, and then they can raise prices on all of that. So like there will be a new edition of Game Pass where it's an extra $5 a month to get the Call of Duty whatever pass that gives you all of the Call of Duty games. And so it's an extra $5 a month if you want that. And then they corner the market and they can raise prices on it. But the thing is, Sony's already doing that. So for Sony to come out and say, no, Xbox, they're the bad guys because they want to do this thing where they take things and then raise prices. It's like, guys, Sony, you raised prices to $70 for AAA releases. You made it so it's not included in your monthly subscription plan that you do offer, which would be directly analogous to Xbox. You also raised the price of your console by $50 when your competition didn't. But you know people are going to still buy it because they want a PS5. And it's just time and time again. I think surely the review board should be able to see they're not acting in great faith. You know, they're do as I say, not as I do, basically. And that's just not very compelling. I mean, Game Pass right now is an absolute bargain, so I would absolutely pay more for AAA releases. Well, Brandon, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, Game Pass is an insanely good value proposition. And, you know, I'm sure they will eventually get to the point where they offer additional packages, where it's something like, okay, we're going to tweak it. So Elder Scrolls 6, if you want like the early access pass for Game Pass, you can buy it for 3 months at a time, and it's an extra $10 or it's an extra $15 every 3 months if you want the early access pass to be able to play all of those games on Game Pass day one. Everybody else has to wait like a month or something. That, I think, would be compelling. A lot of people would still pay it, you know? Yeah, my new favorite quote of the Microsoft in support of the acquisition is basically saying cloud gaming sucks. Yeah. Well, their whole thing is like, we're not a monopoly. A lot of our tech is still having massive problems and kind of sucks. And it just is a weird look when publicly they're like, no, it's the best thing ever. Come play these games. We'll have a great time. Renier, I think to Main's reason, or Microsoft's maybe, main reason about Call of Duty is that it wasn't born as exclusive. Most games go from exclusive to cross-platform, not the other way around usually. Possibly, yeah. But I mean, either way, Sony's bought studios. They haven't bought a lot of franchises and turned them exclusive, but they've bought a lot of studios and turned everything that studio does into exclusives. So, you know, it just depends. It depends. But as a consumer right now, Xbox is the one to back for sure. Let's see. Mr. Caleb Phipps is calling. He's like, yep, just went up for a download. Yep, comma, I am about 4.5 minutes out, period. I can invite you to a Discord call in a bit to join up. Let me know when you have it downloaded. Okay. Yeah, by the way, everybody, like the stream. It does actually help. We have 380 people in here, which is a record on YouTube, by the way. It's funny. Just yesterday, I responded to somebody's comment on these live stream highlights. Somebody was like, they were trying to poke the bear. They were like, so Luke, do you really think it was a good idea to move over to YouTube from Twitch? Because it seems like your concurrent viewers are down. I was like, on the contrary, we're actually up like on average 15 to 25%. And then like today we have 370 plus people in here, which is crazy. We never had anywhere near this on Twitch. Sony, Microsoft, Activision bad. Sony, The Last of Us, $70. Yeah, for real. It's just like, really? Do you really want to do it? It's the same thing. Like, if you want to play dirty, we'll play dirty, but I don't think you want to start slinging mud, because I don't think you're ready for this. Pranav, if I have YouTube Premium, how would you get ad money? Basically what they do is they take, my understanding of it is that YouTube takes a look at all of the videos you looked at during the month, and then they divide like half of your subscription by those videos and then just split it up. So you actually do end up still paying revenue to the creator, and you don't have to deal with ads and get all the other perks of YouTube Premium. So it actually ends up being a nice way to deal with it. I don't understand how they calculate all of it, but I do know that when I look at my like monthly revenue, there's like a solid 25 to 30% that is made up of YouTube Premium, like splits. The rest is ads, but all of that. The more videos I see, the less you gain then. No, I think it's basically tied into like watch time duration, and they calculate it based off of how many ads would have been on the video, so like that type of thing. But I don't know, like really YouTubers like off of one person, we're like a minute 45 off of one person, just being realistic and as clear as I can be, it's like pennies. Okay, so like one person, the most like rabid fan I have out there, watching everything I upload, say 5 times in a row every day, I might make like 6 to 7 cents on that viewer, right? So this isn't about like, it's why I've said like, hey, if you want to watch with ad blocker on, okay, cool. I'm just glad you're watching. You know, like I'll be okay, believe it or not. Like this is a numbers game at the end of the day. It's about volume, not about individual maximization of ad revenue. So whatever you need to do is totally fine. Do you gain something from your critiques on Spotify? I hear a lot of your critiques on Spotify while playing. No, as far as I know, there's no way of monetizing Spotify like that other than sponsors. But we do, like, if I have a sponsor for like the Elden Ring critique, where it's like split up with ad breaks and inside the video, then with those, I'm able to like pitch that to sponsors and be like, oh, well, I've got this and that, and this is going to go to Spotify. So they might pay a little bit more because of that. But in terms of like actual like profit from Spotify, no, I don't get anything from that. Stethis, mate, I discovered you during the summer. You're so good. Oh, thank you, my friend. Keep it up, especially the long reviews. Will do. I've got my tab pulled up here. I was going through some God of War notes for God of War 2018. And my hope is that we could probably get that up like sometime this coming week, in time for the next game. Yeah, over 400 people in here. That's crazy, guys. Thank you so much. My PC, it sounds like it just went into a wind tunnel. Right as I booted this up, it's like, woo! It's like, holy crap, here we go. Buckle up. Glad you're on Spotify, though. Makes my work days 300% easier to deal with. I appreciate that, my friend. And I'm glad. It's not used by a ton of people, but the people that do use it seem to really appreciate it. So I keep it up. It costs me like $16 a month or whatever for the like SoundCloud premium, whatever. But I'm just glad that people are into it. This UI is painful. I know I should be reading it, but... Hold on. Okay, it's already being kind of weird. This is probably a controller game, right? It's probably a controller game. Who reads those things? That's what I'm saying. People who don't want to be a human Sentai pad. Hold on. Look at the screen right now. Look at the screen right now. How am I supposed to read this? Look at this. It's like stacking the text. It's 2 pop-up windows. What a way to start. What a way to start, dude. Wow. Okay. Well, you know what? Maybe it's just a weird menu thing. I don't know. But for that to be literally like the first thing we see, dude. Difficulty of the game. Okay, hard, ultimate test. Enemies are more powerful and dangerous. Heroic experience with balanced but challenging combat. Easy, less demanding experience. Mistakes in combat are less punishing. And very easy. A relaxed experience. Combat is significantly less dangerous. Medium, bro, trust me. Red Room's been playing it. Yeah, red flag. Medium, hard. Okay, hold on. Can we do a poll? Can we just do a poll? Do we have the technology? Hold on. Create a poll. Difficulty. Medium, hard, or easy. Okay, ask. Boom. Okay, the poll's up. I'll let you guys pick. We have 420 in here, by the way, everybody. Dab on the haters. Dab, who am I? Dab on the haters. Jesus. Okay. 430 people. Jeez, guys. You guys are crazy. Thanks for being in here. Let's see. Medium's winning 55%. Hard at 38%. Oh, hard's making a comeback, though. Hard's making a comeback. Urgh. Pull for which hero too? Oh yeah, we could totally do that. 437. You guys are insane. Thank you everybody for coming out. Thanks for everybody for coming out. We're gonna have you guys voting on this type of thing. If you can hit the like button, it does actually help. We can easily get to 300 likes here right now with 440 people in here. So let's push for 300. I know we can do it. Promise you hard is not the choice. Okay. It looks like medium's taking it with over 200 votes. I think that's a pretty good run. Medium takes it. Medium takes it. Okay. We'll probably experiment with hard eventually, but okay, this, check it against the stream, make sure you guys can see too. Probably 60, that looks decent. Contrast, I don't want to mess with that stuff too much. Defragment. Bruce.
If you're watching this, I'm dead.
No! No FPS counter. I don't think it's on by default, but I'll pop this up. He just got Robloxed. Bro, it's right in the titty.
We are done, you and I. You're a disappointment, a failure.
He's stealing your wallet.
You spent years trying to fight this war, and for what? Corruption still flourishes in Gotham, lurking in every shadow.
You don't need that mask. I know it's you. Ra's al Ghul.
You allowed this blasphemy, this sacrilege. Did you think you could keep it from me? Parliament Streets will not save Gotham from its reckoning. Not now!
No capes. That's why Edna said no capes.
This city is still under my protection.
What was that voice?
This city is still under my protection. Unlike you, I'm not afraid of dying. I'd rather keep my humanity.
Was that necessary though? Seemed like he just kind of stabbed himself for no reason. Thank you, Bard. His arm fell off. Oh no, okay. It's a it was the suit, okay. Dude, not looking great.
You'll be dead before they get here. Your precious family. I will slaughter them, one by one. And when they have drawn their last breaths, I will burn the city to the ground.
You won't get a chance. Gotham is their city now.
But does it, like, can't that not kill Ra's al Ghul though? Like, wasn't that just a big waste of time? He just blew everything up. Thanks for showing up, guys.
If you're watching this, I'm dead. This is a code black. This message was automatically triggered when I destroyed the cave and everything it contained. I know what's coming won't be easy.
There!
But then... nothing we do is easy. I've prepared for it as best as I can. I know you have too. I'm sorry it's come to this.
I'll rub some dirt on it. He'll probably be okay. Or what was it in? Put some Windex on it. Put some Windex on it.
We both know it won't take long for Gotham's criminals to realize the Batman is gone. And you can't count on the GCPD. Haven't trusted us since
Put him in
June.
rice. Yeah.
operations. Some of the technology is outdated, but it has the gear you need and all of my files.
They're like, yeah, it's weird. Bruce Wayne died and the Batman's dead too. What are the odds? Same day. It's crazy.
A handsome, charming billionaire.
Y'all better say that at my funeral.
And he was that. But he was more than a headline. He was my nephew. He was a friend, a mentor.
Do you think Jacob Kane
and
is
a
related
benefactor
to Michael
those
Caine?
of us gathered here today. And to those of you who didn't know him as we
I
did,
am not coming to your funeral.
I want to tell you this.
I'll just get you off the list.
Bruce was Gotham. He loved this city more than he loved anything. He was a protector to this city. He worked tirelessly behind the scenes to bring justice and equality. There's nothing he wouldn't do. No project he wouldn't champion if he thought Gotham would benefit. And I think in remembering that, we remember Bruce as he truly was.
Thank God it was raining. Really set the mood.
You've always had my back when I needed you. I know you'll keep Gotham safe.
Dude, his jawline's insane.
Good luck. And goodbye.
Do you think he uses those like adult pacifiers? Have you seen those? I think they went on Shark Tank. It's like a thing you suck on to tighten your jaw up, but it looks like an adult pacifier. Yeah, everybody like the stream. We got like almost 500 people in here. That's insane. Like the stream. We can get to 300. I know we can do it. I know it's cringe to ask, but that's apparently what I'm supposed to do, so.
How's Alfred?
What you'd expect. Took him 3 years to agree to a vacation, and Bruce turned up dead. He asked for some time.
He knows none of us were there either, right?
Conspiracy theory.
What about
Alfred
you?
did it.
You let Jacob Kane give the eulogy.
He offered. He thought it'd be easier on us if he was the one to do it. He's Bruce's uncle.
Hell of a speech. All that talk about a protector who works behind the scenes.
The butler did it.
Catherine wouldn't be
Yeah.
there if she suspected. I can't see the anti-vigilante police commissioner presiding at Batman's funeral.
Here's something else she doesn't know. She has the body of Batman's killer in her morgue. Ra's al Ghul is listed as a John Doe, slated for cremation.
What if
Nice.
the League of Shadows finds him? If they drop their dear leader in a Lazarus pit, he won't be so dead anymore.
You want to break into the GCPD headquarters for a what if? Be my
Yeah.
guest.
I decrypted the case Batman sent.
I
with
did
his
it in the
message.
VR game. You
We
break
should
into a
focus
morgue
on
for that.
I looked it over, but did I get everything? It doesn't look complete.
I think Ra's interrupted him while he was writing.
He says this has implications that could shake Gotham to its core.
Ominous, but not exactly helpful.
The Lazarus pit
I saw a few
can't,
places we should poke
can't fix
around.
cremation. You're right there.
Construction sites and quarry.
He also mentioned a Dr. Langstrom. Anyone know him?
You imagine that you just pour it in there and it just ends up looking like that, like powder sauce when you make
Let's
mac and
divide it
cheese,
We can
but
meet
it's
the
like
Belfry
Ra's al
Dad.
Ghul cheese.
Get it up and running.
I'm
Who
not a
gets to
fan
talk
of
to
these
Langstrom?
like stilted cutscenes. Like, they didn't want to go and make cinematic cutscenes, so they just let you rotate between them. It's weird. Okay, we're gonna do a poll for this. We have Nightwing, Robin, Red Hood, and Batgirl as our options. So hold on, create a poll. Who to play as? Batgirl, Robin, add option, Red Hood, and Nightwing. I almost spelled it. Nightwig. Okay. Boom. There we go. I was like, it disappeared. Where did it go? Okay. Everybody vote. Everybody vote. Winner, I will main as, at least until we shake it up and try somebody else. Jesus, already 129 votes? Good God almighty. You guys are crazy. You guys are out of your minds. Who should I vote for? Who should I vote for? Dude, it is tight. Red Hood, Batgirl. Red Hood's winning at 30%. Batgirl with 27. Oh, now Batgirl and Red Hood are tied. Dude. Ooh. Ooh. It's close. It's literally tied. I don't know. We might have to do another round of votes if the tie doesn't break. 29. Oh, Red Hood's up to 30%. A couple votes will swing it. A couple votes will swing it. I think once I get to 300 votes or 2 minutes, I'll clear it and we'll end it. That's oh baby. Is he gonna pull it out? Is Red Hood gonna make it? Oh, 291. Oh, it looks like it's probably gonna take it. Red Hood and Batgirl super close. Oh, dude, it's close. It's close. 299. It's tied again. This is crazy. I did not think it would be this close. 306. It's still tied. Hold on. Okay, the second it breaks or hits 2 minutes, I'll end it. 312. Okay, end poll. And the winner, what's the winner? Batgirl with 31%. Okay, what we can do, because a lot of people voted for like Nightwing and Robin as well, we can also quickly do a follow-up for Batgirl, or Red Hood. And we'll have a sudden death. Boom. Sudden death. Big money. Big money. Rigged. I'm leaving. This is fake news. Let me see the ballot box. I need to see the ballot box. Okay. Red Hood at 53%. I think Red Hood might take it, but it's close. This is way closer. I'm with her. Dude, I forgot about that. I forgot about that whole thing. Everyone was like, wait, what does that even mean? Like, what does that even mean? Oh, let's get Caleb in here real quick. I told him yesterday we would jump on this with him. Hello.
What's up, buddy?
What's up? Everybody, meet Caleb. In case you don't know Caleb, we've played games with him a bunch before. We went to high school together. We're close buds. Say hi, Mr. Caleb.
Hi, Mr. Caleb.
Hi. Glad to have you. We're going to do a little co-op. So right now, 269. Oh, guys, we can get to 300 votes. 300 votes, I think it'll split. But it's 49-51 in favor of Red Hood right now. This is crazy.
I went Red Hood.
You went Red Hood? Oh, Jesus.
Yep. Suck it.
Well, if
I don't know if we can play the same character or not. I don't think
you can. I don't think you can. You have to unlock co-op first. Okay.
Yeah, I'm dashing through the tutorial right now.
Okay.
Intro cinematic was good. Are you streaming on Twitch right now or?
No, YouTube. We got 500 people in here rocking and rolling. Okay, I think Red Hood's gonna take it. If Red Hood takes it, And Caleb, I don't know what to tell you. Chat has determined. Chat.
I'm already Red Hood, so you're gonna have to do something else.
Oh, Jesus. I gotta respect the chat though. You can switch it after the first mission. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Since you guys voted, I'll start as Red Hood for the tutorial, and we can break it down after that. Also, let's look at these graphic settings. 1440p VSync is off. Dynamic resolution's off. Max FPS limit. Who uses that? 240 is my max. Max render resolution. They had it capped at 87%. What? Why on earth would they cap it at 87%? DLSS, let's do balanced. Okay. Field of view, I like it a little wider. Ray tracing, off by default. I've heard this game doesn't run very well, so I'm assuming we will want to play it kind of safe. But if we're only rasterizing, let's at least go high with all this. Okay. Let's try this. Even with a 3080, do not play this game on crazy settings. Your PC will die. I'm very intrigued. I'm very intrigued. 87%. Well, they bury it in those settings so that you don't realize that they're not rendering natively. And it's very sneaky. It's very... Whenever the developers have to do that, you should know that they're not confident in the performance if they're burying all of that. We'll try it. I mean, in a couple weeks, we'll have a 4090 to play with, so... when it finishes downloading, I'll try it on my 4090. Yes, Imperium, I want to hear how it goes. New RimWorld DLC, I've not tried it. I would probably love it, though. I love me games like that. Okay, so Red Hood takes it. Brute Strength, Powerhouse Brawler, Master Marksman.
And you wondered why I picked him.
Yeah, that makes sense. Checks out. Okay, right now it's still locked at 59, 60 frames. Do they have an internal frame rate cap? It kind of is looking that way because we just uncapped it. Yeah, max FPS limit. And we have VSync off. So why is it maxing out at 60 frames? Is it just me or is that weird? Maybe it's just for cutscenes. GPU utilization is at 40%.
I'm at Gotham U, so this professor.
Yeah, something's weird. Something's weird. Okay, now it's up to 80 frames.
Finished file was attached to Batman's Code Black. There's something big there.
99, 95.
Could stand to let out some aggression right now.
Let's say I think it looks better in game than it did in the trailers and stuff they showed. I do think this looks better. I hate that like digitized sound. I can't stand it. Okay. So this being at like 100 frames right now with DLSS. Okay, cutscenes, it drops to 60.
On this faculty dude, Kirk Langstrom.
That's what's going on. Okay.
Right. I'll call it in on the way to the morgue.
So our scientist got himself dead. Where's his office?
I remember reading that Langstrom's office is in Molten Hall on the 3rd floor.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't look bad. Doesn't look bad. If we're getting this, I wonder how much ray tracing tanks it. Let's see. Let's try to break it. They only have a setting for on. There is no customization for ray tracing. It's either on or off. Let's see how bad this makes things run. Oh God. Oh Lord. Okay. Okay. Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh God. Oh man. Calm down. Oh goodness. Oh wow. Okay, maybe it just needed to sort itself out.
This is it.
Maybe not. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, we might be turning ray
Not
tracing
seeing
off.
much police work here. Guess Langstrom kicked it somewhere else.
Are you do you have a different YouTube channel for your live streaming or?
Yeah. God,
What is
do you
that?
do you even keep up, Caleb? Do you even keep
Apparently
up?
not.
Apparently not.
And I follow you on like YouTube and Twitch and I think like 2 social medias. That's about all I can do.
Yeah, no, I feel it. I feel it. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's just
Oh, hey,
look
there
up
it is.
Luke Stevens live. Yeah.
I found it.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and turn that off. Ray tracing. That was rough, man.
Not much on my end yet. You need anything, big guy?
Alrighty, I am here. I can see the stream.
Hey.
Sounds like
550. Let's go. Can we get to 400 likes, guys? Hold on. Do I need to do the Mr. Beast thing? If we get to 400 likes, guys, I'm gonna eat a big thing that tastes really gross. Or no, it's Mr. Beast. I'm gonna make my friends do it, and then I'm gonna pay them money like trained monkeys. Get to 400 likes, guys. Let's get to the 400 likes. And if we get to 400 likes, then we'll get to the 400 likes. Did I do it right? Did that sound good?
Sounds good to me, man.
Oh, perfect.
Langstrom was busy working when he was attacked. He lost a lot of blood. Fast.
Yeah, 400 likes, and I'll finally add Rocky on Steam. Finally.
He tried to run, but the attacker pinned him to the wall. He didn't have a chance.
So we've seen this already. They showed this off. This was like a trailer thing or gameplay trailer. We did a full reaction to this.
What could be so important?
Okay, I'm just a tiny bit ahead of you.
Okay.
I think so. We're about the same spot. I'm just a little bit in front of you.
Well, well, well. A hidden door. You're full of
Okay.
surprises, Dr. Langstrom.
A hidden door. Brrr.
Your chat wants a swimsuit and pool stream.
I can enter a code on.
Trust me, chat. You do not want
This
that.
microwave doesn't look right.
I mean, maybe
It's
you
not
don't.
just for warming up leftovers.
No,
Langstrom
they
might
they
have
don't
a
want
system
that.
to open his
They-
secret door from his tablet.
They don't. They don't.
Chat, trust
That's
me,
not
please.
A Gotham area code. Maybe this phone number isn't just a phone number.
If your solution
Is
is
this just a movie
okay.
he liked, or is the release date a clue?
I mean, surely the dates. Okay, I see. So I see. Okay, I'm picking up what they're putting down.
Langstrom circled 2 dates. Better remember those.
There we go.
Got it. Time to find out what you were hiding, Langstrom.
Is Caleb gatekeeping? It kind of seems like he is. Have you any idea how hard it is to get a hot tub set up down here, Imperium? You have no idea. It's not as simple as you think. It's quite complicated.
What the hell's going on in here?
Crab people. Crab people. Living underground.
Langstrom's desk. Let's see what he's been up to.
It's like the less entertaining Deadpool, yeah. What's performance like on native resolution though? With the 3080, I feel like you shouldn't need DLSS to get to 1440p. That's true. We are locked at like only 49% GPU utilization right now. And so if we go in here, let's just turn off all upscaling.
Oh, I just heard that voice line that you made fun of in your
oh yeah,
whatever. The average temperature of like whatever.
I'm down. I'm excited. I want to hear it.
What is this?
I think they decreased. Hold on. I think they decreased the render resolution because this looks more blurry actually. Wait, medium and not French. Okay. I start slapping the wrong buttons because I'm going through the menus too quick. Almost set it to French. Okay, FPS limit off, upscale quality off, render at 100%. Okay, apply. Yeah, this is a little better. Yeah, now we're using more GPU. Schmex, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you.
Get this back to everyone.
Okay.
Down here. I don't think the cops saw the marks on the walls, and they definitely didn't see the hidden lab. I'm bringing you a hard drive I found in there.
Great. Can't wait to get my hands on it.
How long will I be streaming? At least a few hours. I'm gonna put my noise gate on and turn on the AC real quick. So if you hear like a little buzzing whenever I talk, that's what it is. But I'm just trying to prevent it from getting stupid hot in here. The game should help mask it though. Okay. So far, the only stuff we've seen, Farrell, is more of what we saw in the trailers. So there's nothing new yet.
I gotta be honest with you, buddy. I'm not really loving this right now. The combat initially, it's not great.
Well, I'm about to do the first combat section, so let's see. Yeah, apparently there's no parry button.
Yeah, it's weird.
Now the freaks are here setting fires.
Like, I just went to go parry and I shot a dude, which you would think would be better, but...
Well, time for me to crash their party.
With all that
Better take care of his buddies before they burn the whole damn place down.
Is there a crouch?
Yeah, there is a
yeah,
crouch
right
button.
stick. Okay.
Yep.
Die, die, die! Some people said I was being unfair. Let's hear the line. You ready? Volume up.
Nice and quiet.
The average temperature of something lights on fire is between 424 and 475 Fahrenheit.
Dude, it's so bad. It's so stupid. The line!
It's a terrible line.
They kept it in. After all that teasing.
Dude, there's another baddie you're gonna fight, and here his weapon is literally a 50-pound kettlebell.
I mean, that would mess you up pretty bad.
Yeah, but like,
Are the fumes getting to you, buddy?
silent takedown. Okay.
This never gets old.
Smashy, smashy, smash, smash.
I bet this guy doesn't know the average burning temperature.
Yeah, your shit's over.
They're like, Caleb straight up spoiling the game.
you think I'm... Wow, okay. Rocky, get out of here.
Wow, okay.
How about this? You know Gears of War 3, a game that came out 10 years ago? Yeah, Dom dies.
There's gotta be more of them here.
Which one's Dom?
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Well, I nailed that. Okay, so I have guns.
And they do tiny amounts of damage.
Like hilariously little damage.
Yeah, like I did the same exact thing to that guy I'm watching in your stream.
This whole place is gonna burn down.
Like I just sat there and shot him for a while, and I was like, how long?
Are they supposed to be rubber bullets, guys? Is that actually what they're saying it is?
Yeah, they're non-lethal.
He just put it to the guy's head and shot him in the forehead with a rubber bullet?
Yeah,
what? But it's non-lethal, bro. Yeah, leave them to be in the burning down building. At least you shot him with rubber bullets. Is there really no parry?
There is no parry, but you can
Dude,
dodge.
he's so slow. Oh yeah, you're telling me that's non-lethal? That would freaking kill me.
Have you heard the theory that like for the Arkham games, you know how if you scan everybody after you beat them all up, it says like unconscious or something?
Yeah.
Batman just programmed it to say unconscious in his visor so he doesn't feel bad about
So he doesn't feel bad. He's in his safe space. I'm really doing a good job. I'm not hurting anybody.
Yeah.
That is funny.
Let's see if you'll break too. Go, get out of here.
I will say, I have met a couple people who could totally swing around a 50-pound kettlebell like this. It is possible.
Aw, thanks, man. There's a button in here to pop a wheelie for reasons.
Dude, what is this combat? It's literally just button mashing. I hope they introduce some combos and stuff.
Thanks, Imperium. I should get my streams fired back up again. As soon as Dark Tide comes out, I'm gonna stream that pretty heavily.
So we can crack it open together. Maybe we'll find out what got Langstrom killed.
Dude, if this is all the combat has, we got some problems. Yeah, did we get to choose? Yes, we let chat vote on it. I'll probably try swapping to Batgirl right off the bat, just to see, right off the bat, just to see what she's like, because I don't know, Red Hood, he moves like he's running through molasses.
Yeah, Rocky, you did help me with my stream. You're the best.
Nightwing's faster? Okay, maybe Nightwing. Oh, invisible walls. I love those. Are you kidding me? They just put these things up. Okay, at least it doesn't like freeze you, but I mean, come on.
I think it's probably because you're still in the tutorial area. I don't know, because I've heard that like the whole city opens up.
Yeah. Okay, let's see this. When you get to the open world, check the FPS counter. Okay.
Avengers looking walls. Yeah, that's true. That's accurate.
Where's your helmet? The bike does look cool. Okay, frame rate's up.
Heading back to Belfry now.
68. Remember, this is rendering natively.
We're here. See you soon.
No DLSS or anything. This seems like one of those moments where the sounds and the visual effects make it look like you're going super fast, but you're actually driving pretty slow. Like when you actually think about how quickly you're going through these streets, it's not actually very quick. Oh, there's the frame drops. 48. Okay, yeah, that's not great. Not great. Ooh. Nailed that jump.
That was beautiful.
Okay, okay.
I kind of want to try out Robin in this, but he looks like horrible. Like his costume design is ass.
There are apparently a lot of cosmetic things you can swap out.
Yeah, but I don't know. You know I'm all about the drip.
Okay, so 77, averaging like...
It looks like he's wearing a poncho. It's like not even a poncho. It's cut weird. I hate it.
Kind of is. Brandon, my expectations were low and somehow it's worse. I don't know, navigating the city, that didn't feel like it. Max settings were on high for everything. And what are with the, like, I feel like we haven't had to sit through dedicated load screens in a minute.
Nice work grabbing that drive from Langstrom's lab.
Do we have any idea of what killed Langstrom yet?
We got our
Hard
first
to say
ability
much
point.
until these computers are up and running. Or we can examine the body, but for what it's worth, my gut says we're dealing with a who.
What are we
not a
gonna
what.
spec into?
That makes me feel slightly better, I guess.
Oh. Cool. So you can't unlock the upgrades you want right off the bat. That's cool.
Yeah, no, you're gonna have to, it's like apparently a few hours of grinding to unlock each individual thing. Let's try cranking
No, I mean,
everything
like,
up to
the three different
Ultra.
trees here. Like Marksman, Brawler, Vengeance. Like it forces you to put your first point into Marksman. I don't want to put my points into Marksman. I want to put my points into Brawler.
You know what, Caleb, stop complaining. Stop complaining.
I want to punch bad guys.
Okay, we just cranked everything up to Ultra. Let's see what these frames are like now.
Your computer's gonna get set on fire.
I like 52. Okay, we're back to 60. Cutscenes are capped, by the way, so this cutscenes are capped.
I'm going out. I'm not gonna sit and wait for whatever this shit is.
We're waiting for intel, Jason. Once we have it, then we'll go.
I just love the idea of all these grown adults in costumes standing in a room together and having like really serious conversations. It's just kind of funny to me.
Want to talk about what we did
Wanted us
last
to work
night?
this together.
We did the same exact thing, buddy.
Those were different kinds of costumes.
Oh.
Whatever.
Checks out.
It's making this harder than it has to be, kid.
I think the rule of thumb, Michael, is that they wear, when they're wearing masks, they go by Batgirl, Robin, blah, blah, blah. But when the masks are off, Then they use the regular names.
Crap. That must have been the secondary breaker. The primary went out months ago. I thought the backup would hold.
I got it.
No need. I've put in a small fix that should hold for a while.
Wasn't sure you were coming, Alfred.
I'll always be here when you need me, Master Richard. When any of you need me.
Emotional music. Dude, retire.
I'm glad you're here.
As am I, Master Tim.
Master Tim.
This place does need work.
Mr. Wayne!
Damn it. We've got activity all over the city.
Sweet. Looks like my plan wins.
Hold up. We still need the intel. And Alfred can't exactly set this place up alone.
Indeed, Miss Gordon. I have a list of supplies we'll need. I could do it on my own, but it would be faster if I had help.
You can count on us, Alfred. We'll divvy it up. Let's finish what Bruce started.
I love that everyone's wearing makeup except Barbara. Okay. Dude, this menu looks like ass. Okay. What is, like, for real, what is with this? Momentum cost.
Some seriously sketchy shit in that guy's lab. Find anything at the construction site?
Nothing. Place was totally cleaned out. Looked like somebody shut it down. Hoping that drive you brought back will have some answers.
Damn thing's gonna take forever to decrypt. We should be out there, doing something. Finding whoever did this to Langstrom.
Jason, you and I both know what can happen when you rush into a case without all the information. We've already lost one member of this.
Her facial like expressions and animations are so stiff. It's like the standard sort of mobile game looking thing, or not even mobile game, but just like Xbox 360 thing, where people just, I need to get to this place and we gotta help. Blah, blah, blah. Like it's all just mouth movements and nothing but. Like for real.
And so do I.
Yeah.
Thanks, Babs.
It just comes off weird. Patrol Gotham City. Okay. Yes, puppy. Dedicated load screen. Yep. It doesn't. This like. So people have been saying. A couple of you in chat have mentioned this. Like, LOL looks like a mobile game. Was probably built as a mobile game, then turned into this. We've all been joking about it, but like, is that actually possible that this was generated as a mobile game? I don't think it was built as a mobile game. I think it was probably built as a live service game, and that it sort of devolved over time, or perhaps evolved after the Avengers came out and was so poorly received. Because like, there's just parts of this. For one, the menuing is just horrible. Like, I don't know why they built it like this. The UI is god awful. Thank you, Steven, by the way, for the donation. Thank you.
Stephen Folden donated $5 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
The animations in Squirrel with a Gun, Game of Year Edition, are more fluid than in this.
I don't think you're wrong, which is what's kind of amazing. It just, like, you couldn't get this running on a phone, to be fair. So I don't think it was built as a mobile game, but I think it was probably put together with the expectation that they were going to do this live service, always online thing, built-in co-op, and it was going to be like their way to just print money. And it just doesn't really come together like that. The city also looks dead as hell. Like, at least in Arkham Knight, there's a justification for the city being empty, but here,
You've played a lot of Just Cause, right?
Yeah.
So you know how you can do that thing? You like if you're falling and then you grapple into the ground, you
Yeah.
don't die, right? Like going into the ground faster
Yeah, somehow
doesn't
that's
do any
supposed to
damage.
break your fall.
Yeah, this is like doing the same exact thing, and I kind of hate it.
It's like, just don't think about it. Dude, these frame drops are insane when we're traveling around. Goodness. Like, look at that. This weird, like, jump off thing he does. Every time he jumps up and off, the frames drop like 15. Oh, can we have slow mode? I need it. Let me see. Hold on. Can I? Hold on. Hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Closed captions, replay, DVR, auto stop, auto start, analytics, viewer activity, stream health. I don't know how to change that once we are live. I would turn it on, but I can't. I don't see how a way to do it. Yeah. So, can I seriously not do that once we're live? That seems like a pretty big oversight on YouTube's part, but yeah, I don't think I can change it when we're live. Wow. Okay. Well, edit maybe. Hold on. Edit customization. Only subs can send messages. Slow mode. Just like 2 seconds, you said? 5 seconds? Let's just do 5 seconds. Let's try that. Okay, boom. Let's keep going. I don't know. The frame rates, I knew the frame rates were going to be a little iffy, but we're not running with ray tracing. Hold on. We did say we would try pushing this once we got into the open world. So let's go native resolution, ray tracing. Apply. No DLSS, nothing. Okay. Okay. Let it get its feet under it. Give it a second.
You
Okay.
can fight the cops in this, apparently.
Fight the po-po. Oh! So there's a lot of stuttering when we turn... Oh, God. Oh, goodness gracious. I also don't know what the ray tracing does. I think it's just reflecting those, or it's just rendering those reflections in the glass, but they're not even like super high resolution. So I don't really know why it would be so graphically demanding. Oh! Yeah, I would say those frame dips are unplayable. I would be fairly confident in saying that. So with that, I mean, realistically, I think you have to turn ray tracing off, and you probably need to play on high. And here, we should be able to play natively without upscaling or anything and be okay. Okay, let's walk around down here. This looks okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple people out at night, some cars driving around.
Yeah, this doesn't look terrible. Again, running a 3080 and no ray tracing, no upscaling, and still only getting like 60 frames barely is pretty rough.
Alright, this game's a 0 out of 10 for me now.
Why?
We have mandatory stealth sections.
0 out of 10. Oh, you know what? I can't defend this.
I hate it.
I can't defend this.
I play stealth games with the approach of there can't be any witnesses if there's no one left to witness it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Okay, let's see. Basic training, dude. This menu.
Rocky, I hate stealth because it forces me to use my brain too much.
Too much of that, his brain might melt.
Yeah, I'm more of a bonk kind of guy. Big bonk.
Big bonk, bring head smash. I don't know. This is weird, man. This feels surreal. It feels like we're playing a work in progress for real. Real talk. Look here, look, listen. Okay, let's find a... I guess a criminal event to take on.
I can't tell if I'm getting roasted by your chat right now or not. Rocky asked if I'm so you're a tank player, and then Imperium said Caleb mains as Reinhardt in Overwatch. Both of those are accurate.
Yeah, there's no joke there. Yes. There is no joke there.
I always play like biggest tankiest dude.
You were playing, who were you playing as last night though? You were playing as a healer.
Yeah, we did mix it up a little bit because we got stuck with some pretty shitty healers. So you and I were both healers. I was playing Lucio.
He did very well. I just figured out how to play Moira well, and like, you know, 10,000 damage as a healer with like 6,000 healing.
Yeah, you know it's bad
good.
when your healer is out damaging your DPS.
By a lot.
Like, that's not good for anybody.
Like our damage guys or our DPS guys were getting like maybe 3,000 damage out in the game, and then meanwhile Moira and Luciana are chilling with like 10,000 each. Okay. Oh,
nope,
climb up.
Get down. Get down.
Okay, so down there. I have rubber bullets. Be afraid. Okay, the fact there's no parry feels so weird, man.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. I don't know, cause like this rhythmic combat system, that kind of like Arkham, like Shadow of War, like, which is kind of what this system is, right? Is that like that kind of like rhythmic bounce back and forth between guys, you know, combat, without having a parry button, it just feels bad.
Yeah, I don't know. It's such a weird thing. Yeah, you're right, Brandon. I'm gonna jump from this skyscraper and land on a dude's head, but of course, I mean, I'm not gonna use real bullets. I'm only gonna use rubber bullets. I don't want to kill the guy.
Yeah, non-lethal.
Non-lethal. 0 deaths. 0 deaths. So I've mentioned before, I think you can do the sort of passive, explore the city, fight crime. I think you can do that well sometimes to pace things out and force players to explore the map. But you need something more interesting than literally a guy standing in an alleyway doing nothing. Like, what was the threat these guys were posing? Were they going to break in? If so, they weren't already. So I'm just attacking them for like no reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Belfry here. Happy to report we're now fully
Oh, this mandatory stealth is killing me, buddy.
Let me guess.
It's good for you.
I hate it so much.
Drive from Langstrom's lab requires a biodecryption key.
Biodecryption? That means it's on his body.
Biodecryption.
I have to go to the GCPD morgue now, don't I?
Indeed.
Oh, are you complaining because you have to stealth your way through the morgue? Of course you do, Caleb. What are you expecting to just go beat up a bunch of doctors and nurses and like the receptionist just bam right into the desk?
What? No.
You're like, too
What?
much stealth. Too much stealth. Oh, dude, did you see that fire hydrant pop in?
There's a reason I picked Red Hood and not Robin. Because I saw a stealth specialist and I was like, ew. And then I saw a brawler and I was like, yes.
Oh, goodness, man. It just goes to show you, it's really not as easy as you would have thought to make a compelling open world game. It really isn't that easy. Eject is left bumper. This grapple hook, I think, can go way too far. Like, I randomly will tap it, and then I just launch, like, 300 meters away. It's weird.
Brandon, did these guys steal a Four Loko? No, if they stole a Four Loko, I would not want to fight them.
Walk in the front door.
Like, Four Loko is a potion that lets you respec all of your points into strength.
Okay, we'll drop down here. The grappling is a little odd. Oh god, move! The suit really seals in the flavor.
I like that.
Hey, I burned those mob files you gave me.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What? You asked me to. Oh.
Not good.
Of course, I get it.
Okay, thankfully they're blind as bats.
Bats.
Bats. Look at that ass. Oop. Okay, I just fired my guns and they didn't detect anything. Oh man, even like just the holding down of A to go into a door feels so outdated now. Even like the Arkham games back in Arkham Asylum, they would at least have the camera go up and show you walking into the building, the floor would match, and then the load screen would hit, and then you walk through. It was like way, way better than this, I think. I much prefer that little touch than just the cut, load screen, that's it.
Okay, I'm in. Now where was the morgue?
Blueprints put the morgue on the other side of the bullpen. Careful not to be seen on the way.
Okay, Robin, calm down. Why am I doing this? You should be doing this. I'm a big, meaty boy.
Gotta be another way in.
Gotta be another way in. Let's punch our way in. Is this on an NVMe SSD? Yes, it is, my friend. Way ahead of you. Just to nip all those potential issues in the bud, I go through and I have a 2 terabyte NVMe SSD that I install all these games to when I review and critique them. Because I want to make sure if I critique it or if I say something about it, I want it to be like for a valid reason and not because my hardware is screwing up. Like, I gave this game everything it could possibly need and it still ran like shit.
Is that bad? She was loyal to Gordon. Police like that can't be trusted.
Finally, I get to punch people again.
Oh, there. Oh, but at least she, you know, she can at least educate them a little on the average burning temperature of random objects. I'm glad they got her, though. That joke was criminally bad. Catherine Kane. Isn't a 3080 overkill in general? It should be, but this game, even with a 3080, is struggling. So, yeah, it should be. But that just goes to show you again, like, I can make the point even clearer that this game isn't optimized well, because even with a graphics card that should be overkill for this game at 1440p, no ray tracing, Even with that, it still runs like garbage. So we can make the point a little more clearly now. No Napper Neo. Right now, no DLSS. We are running on 1440p high. Not even maxed out, because maxed out it stutters like crazy. So...
Hey, can you do me a favor?
What?
Can you sprint and then crouch and just look at the slide?
I can't. I'm in a room and I cannot do anything above a slow walk. Here, hold on. There we go.
Yeah, as soon as... Yeah.
For
So
me,
sprint.
I roll. Oh, no, there we go. He just kind of slides on the floor a little.
No. So, are you playing on controller? Or...
Yeah.
So left stick into sprint and then right stick to crouch.
And then right stick to crouch. Wow. That's... like, did he butter his knees? What is that?
Look at that slide.
Look how far he goes. Wow.
I know, it's nutty.
Just kind of like sticks of butter just every time he goes into it. Wow. Slide cancel? Let's see. Sort of. You can cut it
slide
off.
cancel in this game? 10 out of 10.
You can cut it short. So I guess technically. Wow. He just keeps going. Did you butter your biscuit? Sure did. It's Lube Man. No. You're a disgrace. Okay, somebody breaks into your workplace and your first thought is to yell, "You're a disgrace." What? What does that even mean? Like, oh, you're right. I was going to break in, but I'm going to leave now. Now I've got to clear them out. Come on.
Add 1 star for butter knees. Yeah, we were at 0 stars for mandatory stealth. We're at 1 star for buttered knees. Put that in your review, Luke.
Yeah. They got butter. They got butter knees. You're a disgrace. Non-lethal.
Ooh, yeah. No, that definitely didn't.
I value you as a person. Oh, did you see that? His animation got canceled out. He was flipping over backside, and then I caught him, and he flipped back in midair. That was rough, man. Oh, that was rough.
Signal? Shit.
That's
I wondered
cool.
where that went.
That's cool. I can appreciate that.
I don't...
Well, you
I don't
notice
know.
right before you go to beat up the cops, they say, yeah, these guys were loyal to Gordon. Can't trust a cop like that. So they have to make it clear that they're corrupt before they let you beat them up.
This does kind of make me miss the little additional story of Arkham Knight, the Red Hood little side story there. It was so good.
Yeah, for real.
It was very well done.
I just
Plus,
miss Arkham Knight.
You gotta kill the bad guys, so that was good too.
Yeah. I should have been discovered then. Like, I just zipped past them.
Someone must have a key. The desk sergeant, perhaps.
The desks. Are you kidding me?
I wonder if they realize there's been more than one Robin.
Non-lethal! Non-lethal!
Okay, I was gonna say, you were hanging out like real close to the light that whole time, and they were just like, where is he? Where could he be?
At least they made me sound badass.
Non-lethal did a leaping kick to the face. Oh, they just shot each other. Yeah, can you turn these damage numbers off? Let's see. These damage numbers are pretty annoying. Damage. RGB? Oh, dude. That's why the game's not going great. I don't have my RGB peripherals. Probably UI, right? Audit display damage off. I think it looks really bad. Like random 12s and 11s popping up. Non-lethal.
So you can mid.
You don't know me. I'm a slidey boy. Slidey boy.
Butter knees.
Butter knees. You can't butter my knees. I already buttered them.
Got it.
Butter knees. I'm Skeletor. Okay. Let's continue. Dude, we're almost at 500 likes. That's crazy. If there are 46 of you guys in chat who have not liked the stream yet, could you like it? We will literally break the record for we've already broken records for live streams right now. Like we've never had 500 people in here. So that's already crazy. But if we can get to 500 likes as well, that will actually be insane.
What the hell?
Just for that, I'm gonna
attack a
dislike.
bunch of scientists.
Watch your back.
Damn it, you got it. Dude,
Hey,
500 likes.
500.
Look at that. You guys are great. Thank you. Biggest live stream of all time. Yeah, it's great because just like I was saying, like yesterday or the day before, somebody was commenting on one of the live stream clips and was like, bet you're regretting going to YouTube now. Seems like Twitch was way better for you. I'm like, actually, YouTube's been like technically better. Like we've broken all of our records on YouTube. And look at this, 520 likes already.
Belfry.
That's because we, your viewers, are the best.
For real. For real.
You know you
Do I
can't be.
Talia.
As a viewer right now, like I'm in the stream, but I'm also in the chat.
My beloved
Yeah.
has trained you well.
What am I? I'm
Did he
having a
tell you to
crisis
Stay out of Gotham.
of identity
Dead
right now.
men's wishes don't concern me. Besides, I'm here to clean up my father's mess.
I like this design for Talia more than the other one from Arkham City.
I'm not tempted to roll the dice and toss him into a Lazarus pit. Wouldn't exactly be new territory for you. Wait. Why did he attack Bruce? Ninjas.
What? I'm sorry. That was pretty stupid. Ugh. Just ninjas.
Perfect.
Dude, what? Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. I did watch a whole like
Can't resurrect ashes.
True that. True that. Can't resurrect them. That's fine. I watched a whole documentary thing on how cremation works, and it's pretty insane. It's pretty insane.
What's left of him?
They paint a vivid picture. Let's just say that. Urine. Langstrom died slowly and painfully, cranial bruising and swelling, multiple stab wounds on his arms and legs. Some wounds pierced through him, making it possible to pin his body to the wall. There also are precise knife wounds in the chest and head, at least one likely being the cause of death. Okay.
They take fingerprints even after you're dead.
Fingerprints. Medical examiner took fingerprints from his hands post-mortem. Standard procedure. Okay.
Wonder what they wanted to learn from this.
Soft tissue taken from his body. Coroner tools. They opted not to perform a full examination.
So why did he have this equipment?
Blood glucometer. USB plug concealed in base of it appears to be modified. His phone. Can I combine these two? No, I can't.
What is this? Some nerd shit? Langstrom had a heart condition and
Medical
seafood
bracelet.
allergy.
Okay. MMO key fob. Okay. Bloody clothes. Which sample is required? I would assume this. No way. Is he gonna have to test his pee? Is that what it is?
I wonder what my vitals look like right after the Lazarus pit.
Or just blood.
I'm more used to seeing blood on the pavement.
Okay. It's just blood. That's not... pee would have been more funny. Every time he wants to use it, he has to pee into it.
Great. Belfry, the GCPD knows Talia's been here. Where's my best exit?
Way ahead of you.
What about that?
Coming in heavy, so be careful.
What about that place?
Wait. Batman never told me he had access to the GCPD systems. Now I guess I do too. And now, for my next trick.
Well done. Now to sneak out all quiet-like.
It's like, where's my exit? Huge exit sign.
Entrance is secure. Spread out. We'll find the perp.
Keep going. They gotta be here somewhere.
What was that?
I don't know. We've been in here. How long we've been in here now? About an hour.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts so far? First impressions. What's your scale?
So far, it's remarkably bland. I get it. It's more of a piece of praise against Arkham Knight and everything the Rocksteady trilogy did so well.
Happy to help. Can't wait to see what you found.
But it's just, somebody said that this game, it feels like it doesn't know what it wants to be, and so far, it feels like it was just trying to be a sort of beat 'em up spin on the formula from Rocksteady, but it's like if you tried to imitate Rocksteady without really appreciating what made Rocksteady games so successful. For one, technologically they're crazy. Like Gotham or Arkham Knight still to this day is one of the best looking games ever. Like it still looks amazing and it runs really well. Didn't launch great on PC, but it ran really well after all the patches, and it still looks great. But this feels like when you just take a quick glancing thing, you're like, okay, Batman, set it at night, maybe have some outfits you can change, bunch of enemies, okay, kind of a story that you take from the comic books. Okay, that'll do it. That'll do it. Whereas like that, they just totally misunderstood what made those games so great. And you know, these guys are the same ones that made Arkham Origins. Oh! But there's a reason Arkham Origins also didn't get great reviews. But so far, I mean, I think once we get to the co-op sections, that might make it even better.
I'm there, so we're ready.
These frame rates, though, like, oh. I should get there relatively soon.
Yeah, I wasn't that far ahead of you.
I don't know. The performance issues, though, are really hard to excuse. Does the camera feel like it's too close for everyone, or is it just me? That's usually an artifact of performance issues. They zoom the camera in because then it has to render less as you move quicker. So that's a giveaway for them having issues, and it still has problems in the open world. Okay, cutscene.
Okay, lab notes,
I'll shut up.
formulas, financial records, research into hearing
They're
loss,
not in their costumes.
human experimentation and trials.
That looks like cash payouts to volunteers.
Or like chosen a color scheme.
I recognize some of these jerks. They're all known gang members.
So Langstrom was doing medical experiments on criminals.
You're crowding me.
Miss Gordon. The hollow imaging system is back online as of this morning.
I'm gonna wait
Perfect
for you here.
timing, Alfred.
And then as soon as you're done with that, we can join up.
Hey, I forgot how sweet your setup was, Babs.
It's ancient, but it'll do for now.
You and Master Bruce are the only two people in the entire world who would consider the Belfry systems ancient.
While
It's because they're hip
researching
kids,
Maelstrom, I
dude.
also
They're
called
cool.
up
You just
all
don't
we've
get it.
got on
You don't understand the young people.
our party crasher.
Talia al Ghul. She was a match for Master Bruce in more ways than one. Her presence in Gotham is
In more ways than one.
So is the fact that she tortured
They had sex a lot.
Body. We sure that was Ra's al Ghul?
His DNA was all over the weapon she left behind.
Yeah, Brandon, sex.
I wonder why she didn't take a
That's
chance
what I
and
mean,
use
sex.
a Lazarus pit to revive him.
What is that?
Well, Batman would just find Talia and ask her himself.
Good thinking.
Yeah, I can double check.
Alfred
Talia's
looks
DNA
hot.
for
What the
trace
fuck?
materials that we can track.
We should also hit the streets.
Is it just me or
Find
is,
out if anyone had any beef with
is Alfred kind of a babe?
Sweet.
He's kind of a babe, guys.
Time to bust some
Eh,
skulls.
kind of a dilf.
Kind of a dilf. I would dilf him. Sorry, guys. I'm checking my stocks. This game is really compelling. I'm actually just trying to turn on the
Can't get over what Talia did to her father's
AC
body
real
back
quick.
then.
Because every
Good
time I
riddance.
turn on the
Going
office
in a Lazarus
unit,
pit
you
once
guys
is hell.
hear
Who knows
the
what a
sound of
thousand
it.
dunk would have done to him.
So you
And then
think
everybody's
it
like,
was
I think there's something wrong with your mic. And I'm like, it's just because
Oh,
I'm
she was
hot.
putting on a
I
show,
swear.
alright. But I doubt
Later.
it was mercy.
Yes. Okay, allow. That's everyone. Done. Thermostat. Come on. Done. Thermostat. Cool. Set to... Come on, loading. Set to... Let's set it even colder and leave the fan on. Okay. Oh, the number one priority for when we move to a new house and like I try to build out a full studio from scratch, like absolute scratch, is going to be like set up crazy AC, like with an outdoor unit that vents straight to the studio. So I can have the AC on in the studio, blasting like crazy, so it stays cool in here without having to have it run for the whole rest of the house. That's my goal. Do you guys, maybe somebody in chat knows, is there a way to like, I don't know how it would work, but is there like a thing where you can do per room AC without having to do like window units? I can't think of a way to do it other than having like a totally separate system, because otherwise the vents are all interconnected. Like that's at least all I can think of. Okay, evidence boards track information discovered during your investigation. The lead section features the most relevant information about your next steps. Highlight evidence to gain information about the next steps. Tap Y to quickly access the challenge menu. Okay, Ra's al Ghul. Bruce Wayne's dead. Leads. Tap that. Interrogate freaks to find out more. They call them freaks. Guys.
That's not very PC. That's not very woke of them.
Guys, I get it. It's like a gang name, but it reminds me of like Days Gone when the developers like, they're not zombies, they're freakers. I'm like, guys.
Or what was it?
They're zombies.
Back for Blood, they were called the Ridden.
The
Ridden,
Ridden, yeah.
Okay.
And the developers got like weirdly annoyed at you if you called them anything other than like freakers or whatever else they were called. And so like this is just, it's just weird. I get it. They want it to be like separate and its own thing, but still. Do you guys not have split ACs? I'm guessing not, because if that's what would fix it, then no. Yes, it's a separate system. Use mini split systems with zoning. Okay, central air, but you would need to have a specific system that can route air appropriately. Yeah, that sounds exactly what I need. Maybe a Y section from the outdoor unit with an electronic valve to send it to your office. Probably. The closest I can think of is Nest thermal readers. They're like little pucks you place, and it tells your main Nest what temperature that room is to keep it running until that specific room hits the temp. Okay. Because right now I'm using like the Alexa smart thermostat. Maybe they have something like that, or maybe I need to switch to that. Because in here, the studio will hit like 83. Like right now, it's 82 degrees in here, 82 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's a toasty boy. And so, but like the rest of the house right now is at 70. So it's, it's like not even close. No, we ain't ending, Rocky. I just like talking to you guys. So like, it's just, it gets uncomfortably hot very quickly. How do I swap tabs back? Ooh, groovy. Jay, thank you for the the 5.
Jay Semple donated £5 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Luke, do you think this was a live service game that they pivoted late on because Heat Avengers got? Expect XP booster soon.
I do get the vibe that it was a live service. People have been saying it looks like it was a mobile game that was converted. I'm not sure I buy that. But I do think it plays like a live service game. Just there's a bunch of weird choices that they made that I think you can explain easily by it being a live service game that they pivoted. It's kind of like the feeling you get when you try to play Shadow of War right now, where it just hits you weird. And not because the game on the whole is terrible, but simply because like they tried to gut out the problems and the issues they had with all of the microtransactions and things. And instead, it just feels weird now because the whole game was designed around a different monetization model than they currently use after all the patches. So it just feels weird. It feels weird now. And that's how I feel about this. Okay, Caleb, I'm crafting this stuff. See, this stuff is specifically what makes me think it was a live service game. This stuff specifically. Because all of the random crafting components, polymers, titanium mesh, uncommon, you see they have different rarities. So they have common, uncommon, probably rare, legendary, all that stuff. That screams live service title. Because then you open up loot boxes, and the loot boxes have like, 100 rare crafting materials in them. Ooh, cool. So this just screams live service. Currencies among currencies among currencies. Yeah, they just bury it deep in there. And this is one thing everybody needs to remember is these games take years to build. So this probably was begun like 2017, I would guess. Thank you, Billiam, for the $1.99. Appreciate you. Worst launch, Saints Row or Gotham Knights? I would say Saints Row. I mean, Saints Row I think was worse than this, but that's just
Oh no, did Saints Row come out when it was supposed to?
Well, now I feel like I just didn't read the release notes properly, or maybe some like news publications screwed up the release notes, because the thing that Rocky shared, which was the picture from their official Twitter, showed that it was supposed to release at 11. So I feel like maybe I'm the one that just missed that, but either way, it is weird that I feel like we just had no idea when the game came out, and the Steam page wasn't updating properly. So like that was an issue, but Saints Row already had way more bugs and issues technically than this does. This has optimization issues. This doesn't have like full on the game's broken issues with like quests not starting or ending properly. So far we've been able to play the game. It's just the game that we're playing isn't tremendous, It has a Gotham pass. No freaking way. Can you imagine? Dude, if
it's not a battle pass, it's a Gotham.
It's a Gotham pass.
Totally different.
Gotham pass. Dude, if they announce a Gotham pass, I will lose it. Already I can tell this crafting thing is going to be the death of me. Mod chips to insert. Styles, I don't know why. Okay, customization's cool. I like that. I'll give them credit for that. Symbols. I like that. So this is nice, being able to customize this. Gotta give credit where it's due. This is not a bad thing. Current suit, and they got a bunch. Most of them are locked right now. Oh, the demon. I like the demon. The demon's pretty cool. So is the privateer. Okay, so like these are pretty cool cosmetics. This is cool. But again, live service impressions, it does kind of feel a little bit like this was built out for like a quick $5. Oh, you want it? Yeah, just $5. $5. Quickly unlock it. It'll be fine. Do we have more AP? We have 0 AP. Okay. Momentum abilities. Punch guards. Okay, hold right bumper. Okay, complete the interrogation training. Okay. You doing a review of the game, Luke? Jay, I think we probably will do something. How many videos this gets, I don't know. It kind of depends on how well they do. But advanced training, momentum, interrogation. They want us to do this training. Oh no, it's Batman. He's back.
Physical and mental preparation go hand in hand. Here, we can train the mind to prepare the body. But it requires deep focus.
Oh, man, I don't think I'm into this Batman voice. I don't think I'm into this. This is weird. The other guy that they use for all of the Rocksteady games, he's just so iconic now. Every other Batman voice in a game feels weird. Freaks Brawler.
It's weird how the Bat Cycle just kind of materializes out of nowhere too.
Yeah, I don't think I like that.
Like in Arkham Knight, I know I need to stop comparing them. They're not the same, but like if you called the Batmobile, like it had to come from where you left it last.
It's the little difference between like, it's that attention to detail that Rocksteady was really good for. Yeah, Kevin Conroy, that's who it is. Kevin Conroy, like Kevin is just as iconic to me as like Mark Hamill is as the Joker. Like just tremendous.
I'm pretty sure it's impossible to get thrown off the motorcycle too. So I'm sure trying.
Kevin saw the frame rates and was like, nah.
Good enough for me.
And it gives me the vibe maybe they couldn't afford him.
You're ready to move on.
Because is any big name talent in this? I think it's all like unknown
You've come so far, Jason.
performers. But it gives the vibe that they were probably cheaping out a little. Read the newspaper. 10 out of 10 IGN. Okay, cutscene. I'll crank the volume. Whenever we go into these cutscenes, Caleb, just so you know, I'm cranking the volume, so I might not be able to hear you.
That's okay. I'm used to being ignored. I'm married.
That is one hell of a vibrator. Nobody clip that.
Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, expecting Bruce to call me for help. And then I remember. I thought it might have been one of you calling just now. I was worried. Old habits, I suppose.
Should we take a selfie for Instagram? Is that what we're supposed to do?
Probably did that every night when I thought I was out on my own. Didn't you?
I don't look like a crazy person.
But I can't go back to how I
Follow
used
me
to
on
be.
Instagram at Luke Stevens TV, everybody.
Bruce showed me a path, and I'm sticking with it.
And I'll be here to support you.
Do it.
Gotham is in good hands.
Gotham Knights is pretty sus. Share.
The others tell me that the bat
complete
signal, which is
knighthood
down
challenges
in
to unlock
Gotham.
powerful new abilities. Yeah.
And evidence.
So that cosmic fart move that he has where he like leaps across the map, you only unlock that after going through all of these knighthood challenges. They don't even let you have that basic ability until after you've grinded out all this stuff. How crazy is that? Kunal, thank you for the 200 Indian rupees. I was never a big fan of Arkham Knight compared to the other Arkham games, but this game is making me feel that Thanos meme about judging too harshly. This is one of those games where just honestly, I get the vibe that for some people, it's going to be sort of a sleeper hit. It's going to be fun and okay, cooperative multiplayer. Okay, I can join, Caleb. Multiplayer. No, not quick match. Okay, maybe I gotta leave real quick.
I do have it set to friends can join, so
I might have an issue because I need to swap characters before we can continue because we're both Red Hood. Social multiplayer.
I'm curious to see. Yeah, just try and join me. See if it lets you or if it's gonna make you swap. That would be really funny if we could just have a whole team of Red Hoods.
Office. It says you're offline.
Hang on, I don't think I have it
Here, invite.
locked on Steam.
Let's see what happens when I call the bike in like the other Gotham, like Gotham Knights, or Gotham Knights, Arkham Knight. From here, you could call it and then leap down to it. And what Caleb was mentioning earlier, you can both play Red Hood. Okay, well, perfect. The car would come from somewhere else, so it would drive from around the building and then land in front of you. Whereas in this game, as you guys will see, I press the button and it just appears. And to me, that's just, I get it's way easier to do it that way. And maybe even it's more convenient for the player, but I hate that so much more.
I just sent you an invite.
Social game invites. I don't see it. Hold on. I'm set as invisible here, online.
Invite to lobby. There you go.
Play. Failed to join session. Play. Failed to join session. Huh. How's the game been so far? Like, honestly, it's not running super well. Ray tracing, I think, is completely out of the question. Let's see.
Okay.
Let me try inviting you. Let's try that. Because I don't even see you listed like as in game. Yeah, you're showing offline. Watching over. Okay, hold on. Invite. Did it at least pop up for you? I might be able to join directly. Failed to join session. Huh. I don't know why it's failing to join session. Is it... You'd think if it was an issue with having like the same character, which apparently is not an issue. Somebody in chat saying that you can do that. How do I switch characters? Hold on.
Social options, online privacy is set to
Bat computer, abilities. How do I... No, change suit.
Invite Lukeler to your game. Yes. I just sent you an invite in the game itself, not through Steam.
I got nothing.
Belto says we go back to the Belfry.
Back to the Belfry. Okay.
So is that the only way for you to join players? That's kind of stupid.
Or I don't know if it's the only way, or is he saying that that's how you change characters?
I don't know.
Man, they made the multiplayer hard to get into. What has this game done right so far? Out of the fact that the very first thing we saw when we pulled up the menu or the game was a glitched out menu. I just find that delightful. Okay, so we change characters here.
Not once, Master Richard. He had a variety of cases he kept.
Maybe I go to the back computer. Or over here. This looks like a place to swap.
Yeah, it just says failed to join session.
At the Belfry between patrols. Okay, I'll swap characters. Let's swap to Nightwing. Okay, boom. Now, social, Steam friends. Yeah, for some reason it's showing you as offline. Failed to join session, even as a different character.
I just sent you an invite.
Yeah, I've been trying to click those. It doesn't work. Failed.
Okay.
Make sure, are you listed as online on Steam?
Yeah.
And in options or social options, your online privacy is public.
Online privacy is set to public. Yep.
Friends, in-game friends, Steam friends, friend requests, group. Hold on. Can I game invites? Maybe friends, Steam friends. Can I add you to a group? Maybe that's the play.
Okay.
Whoop. Friends. Has anybody else gotten multiplayer working on your ends? Because I'm baffled that this is this difficult. This seems like a pretty big problem.
Yeah, they bill it as a co-op game, and if you can't get into co-op, that kind of sucks.
Disband group, then retry. I don't even have a group yet, though. Disband group. Okay, I see what you're saying. Disband. This will kick all guests from your game. Okay, accept. Okay, then we go over here. Ooh, groovy. Thank you, Steven. Do.
Stephen Folden donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank
This
you.
is for the video of King Cobra. I don't think I have laughed as hard and felt as bad for laughing as I did when watching that man dye his whole face blue.
I know, right? Like, it's so great. I thank you for the $10. Very generous, Steven. I agree. I have not laughed that hard in a hot minute. Okay, I'm gonna invite you, Caleb.
Okay.
Just try that. It's just so good. I get it. He's a lol cow. It's not for everybody, but man, sometimes King Cobra just hits different, and the hair dye video is legendary. And now he's a lot more sad, but there's been some work done by the community that's just great. Change social.
Hang on, I'm doing a quick Google search.
Social plate. Oh, I see. Interesting. Back. Game invites friends. Friend requests. Steam friends. Refresh friends list. Okay, now it shows you offline, but in game.
Yeah, I went back to the main menu.
Okay. But at least now it shows you in game. Before it didn't do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm not seeing anything in Google about like bugs or anything like that.
Try getting back in the game, and I'll try inviting you from this in-game friends menu specifically.
Okay.
Okay. Seems like a big oopsie if they can't, like, they pitch this and they excuse like the 30 FPS option and all that because it's co-op, and then you can't even get the co-op working. Complete subcase 1.2, return to the Belfry, and co-op is unlocked with a notification. We got the notification though, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Because I got the pop-up that said...
Yeah, no, and it's working. I just did a quick join before you got in there because I was trying to figure it all out. I did a quick join and it just threw me into a rando game. Okay, I'm back in.
Okay. Sending you another invite. Group.
Failed to join session.
Join player. Failed to join session. Okay, maybe I just need to fully restart the game.
That's what I just did. I mean, you can try it.
Did you
too.
go back out to just the main menu, or did you fully close the game?
Fully closed it.
Okay. I'll try that real quick. Let's try rebooting the game, everybody. Let's try that. Back out to desktop. Okay. Imagine launching a completed game. Imagine that. Okay, rebooting. Yeah, Rocky, before I forget, let me... can you, in that Discord channel, Rocky, just send your full Steam code? Or did you send me an invite already? Friends. I have like 6,000 different like friend requests, so I can't keep track of them. So if you could send it to me, that'd be in a DM. I can add you. Okay, let's relaunch. Ta-da! We've been playing 111 minutes, Caleb. So if you want that refund, now's the time.
I don't think I'm gonna take it.
You're gonna blast through?
Yeah, I'm just gonna power through.
Carry on! Carry on!
I'm not super impressed yet, but I don't know, maybe it might turn it around for me.
Social, join player. Straight from the main menu. Choose your character. This is further than we got. Let's go Batgirl, actually. Yeah, we're both on PC. Sorry. I just realized the screen wasn't on. Session is no longer available? What? Social game invites. Friends. Caleb is watching over Gotham City. Join player. As Batgirl.
Is it doing?
Sure
Is it
ain't.
working?
Sure ain't.
Social. No game invites. I do have you online.
Well, try sending me one.
Invite player.
Accept. Failed to join session. Man.
Well, that's just really irritating.
I don't really know what to do even. I'm like...
I don't know, I'm gonna do another Google search here.
We just did a hard reboot, and it's still doing that.
First tutorial, opening cutscenes. Mode and Remote menu.
Oh, that's so weird, man. How on earth? Like, but that's the thing, we're not doing anything wrong. Like, this is how it's supposed to work. You go here, you see the player in game, you hit join, you select the character, and then it's supposed to connect you.
And then it just doesn't work.
Thank you, Sean. Session's no longer available. What the hell? Oh, okay. When Rocksteady gives you the cookbook for Batman and you toss it out the window and make an Avengers Anthem game, feel big time. Hi from New Zealand. Awesome. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you. I am so thoroughly baffled. Okay, I'm just going to hit continue, and then maybe I can try sending Caleb an invite, or you can try joining my session once it's created. Maybe that'll fix it. I don't know. Okay, Rocky also.
Everything I've seen, like, the internet doesn't have
answers. Out of the 7 people playing this game, we're just not getting any traction. Invite player. Invite.
Oh, requests help in fighting crime in Gotham. Game invites, accept, failed to join session.
I swear to God, man.
Okay, I'm gonna quit to desktop real quick again.
Like, the staple feature of this game, the co-op, is just not working. And we've both done full restarts. And still nothing. That's insane.
This would be enough to make me want my refund. Tell you that much.
Tell you that much. I don't think I heard any reviewers talk about co-op. I don't think any of them played it together. Like, do you guys remember seeing any reviews that mentioned the co-op?
Hang on. Brandon in the chat just said it doesn't work for anyone on PC, not just us.
Co-op just isn't working on PC. That's crazy. It's only working on console.
Yeah, it's... Wow. This is bad. So, Overwatch?
Nah, I gotta keep doing this. This is the staple for the day. Oh, we gotta get all the footage recorded.
Dude, this is terrible.
That's so funny. That's so funny. I can't even... So have they said anything about, like... Let me see if they have any, like, public statements or tweets. At least because, like, if they tweet it and they're like, hey, we know there's issues. Let's see. Warner. No, it would have been, Warner Brothers Games, maybe. Gotham Knights.
So, I tried quick play and it let me just jump into someone's game, but I don't know if it lets you, like, for whatever reason, if it blocks, like, joining friends or something.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody in the comments section mentioning PC co-op issues. Wait, would have been nice if PC players could have installed it at midnight. Unfortunately, that's a Steam thing. I don't know what the logic for the reasoning is. They always release every game at the same time, even when the console launches at midnight. No, like, that's not true, though. Like, That's not a Steam thing. You can preload Steam games. Like, what are you talking about? Of course, that's so stupid. Okay, multiplayer. Let's try, maybe, let's see if a quick match works for me.
Yeah, it just put me into a quick match.
Okay.
So that works.
Smoky. So online works. You just can't play with your friends. Oh, there's also some weird stuttering in co-op too. Oh no. Hold on, I want to get close to him and see if his movement's smooth or not. Oh god. Okay, performance tabs in the bottom right. Here, I'll flip the camera over here so you guys can see that. And it's not even telling
James,
us.
that's not a bad idea. I think James might have just fixed it. We'll see.
Oh, really? Change privacy settings to friends only. Maybe this is a queue error and change the setting might change it. Okay. Social options, friends only. Okay, back to social.
So then if you...
Let me see if I can straight join you.
Yeah.
No. So then you're saying going back to main menu and then trying to do quick play again, but it'll only match us against friends. Maybe.
Okay, the points it got for butter knees are now gone.
No, Orion. I'm with Orion. Orion.
Social options, friends only.
Huh. Go to Warner Brother Games support on Twitter. Warner Brother Games support. Do they have like a fix? Sure don't. Sure don't. Tweets and replies, maybe. Keep crashing on PC. No. Can't start the mission. Bogwin Blender on Lego Star Wars complete. Oh, that's a different game.
That's not what we want.
They have nothing. First pinned tweet. Look at the replies. Okay, so pinned tweet. Did the release time get pushed? Anyone else having issues? Steam saying coming soon. We did have that issue. Can buy the game. Game breaking glitches. The game is amazing. Love your game. Fix the server. What about refunds on PS5? It's below 28 frames. I don't see any replies. The reply is send in a ticket. Wow. Okay. Well, that's a problem. First pin, then kicks the player. Honestly, the only other engine gets closest from software, and that's because it's 11 years old. This is using the Unreal Engine, and it just goes to show you, Unreal Engine can look great in demos and previews and tech demos and stuff, but it's not actually always perfect for building full games out. Like, it takes a lot of know-how to get it working right. Well, so if you have someone else, kick him and try inviting again. Social. I don't think I can kick him because I'm not the host.
You could just leave the session, but...
Game invites. Accept. failed to join session. Wow, dude. Six months from now, Warner Brothers is closing the studio to better focus on upcoming games. Yeah, this is rough, dude. This is rough. It's just like, I literally want to play the game, and I can't play the game with my friend, even though that was like the whole, like, pitched premise of this.
That was the point of a game.
You said you had to sacrifice performance stability for it, and you're telling me I can't invite or join people? It wants you to make new friends. It's like your mom in the 9th grade.
I don't want new friends.
See what I mean? The grapple hook? Why the hell did it bring me up here? I was down there and it launches me way out of my field of view. That's a little straggly. Okay.
Social friend.
Oh god, man. See that pop in? Dude, this is rough. How's performance with DLSS and ray tracing? DLSS helps get higher frame rates when we're not ray tracing. It's a little more stable. All cutscenes still go back down to 60 no matter what you do though. And with any ray tracing at all, it causes severe stuttering. So it's not very viable in my opinion. Because any combat, anything, exploring the city, everything is kind of ruined when you turn the ray tracing on. Okay, let's go find whatever the hell that red marker is. Sad too, because co-op always adds at least a point to the score for me, even if it's a shit game. It's fun with friends. Yeah, like apparently it's working on console. People are saying on console they're playing with their friends and it's working okay. For some reason on Steam it's not working.
Awesome. So we just gotta get our money back on Steam, buy it on PS5, and then we're good to go.
And then we're set.
Hey, that's Nightwing.
Yeah, this is definitely not a game I would buy twice.
Dude, do they really have the same archetype abilities for combat? You hold down Y with Red Hood, he fires like a shotgun blast. With Nightwing, he throws like dust or something. I don't know what he's doing, but it has the same effect.
Pocket sand.
Dude, this is painful. How is this a might recommend for some people?
Probably because of the butter knees.
The butter knees. Like, Shillup was saying that the combat in this was serviceable. What? In what world?
I mean, I've definitely played games with worse combat.
This is up there for me. This is pretty atrocious. Like, this is mindless. And you guys know me, I love me the OG Arkham games, like with the fluid combat, and I know like this was not ever going to be like that. They didn't really try to make it like that, but this is like, I don't know, man. It's like a less fluid Spider-Man PS4 combat. You're right, Kunal. That's kind of what it feels like. At least that felt like it mixed in swinging and all that. But with this, there's just nothing. And I switched to Nightwing because I thought he'd be faster and more fluid. Because they all move like they're walking through molasses. But no, he does it too.
Not any better.
No. Like, honestly, doesn't really feel that different, which I thought was also part of the whole point. Non-lethal.
I'm gonna try out a different character. I'm gonna try out Robin, I think. See if he, I don't know, feels any different.
So look, I throw these things, it's like the same animation as the gun. And then when I hold down the ranged, he does a shotgun thing just like Red Hood. So it's the same attacks, it's just a different coat of paint on it. Like what? This game was sold on the idea that you can play as 4 different members of the crew, and that the crew can, everybody will feel different, it suits your playstyle, and then you can play with friends, with each character suiting each friend's playstyle. But they start with the same archetype attacks, and playing with your friends doesn't seem to be working on PC. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. This is one of those games, I'll be real, like also the UI, what the hell is this? Knighthood. Become, okay, view challenge. This is one of those games where I can already sense it. Like, I'm having very, very little fun. And so if I commit to doing like a full-on critique, I may end up regretting it because I'll just drive myself crazy.
You just end up hating your life.
Yeah. Return to the belfry to progress.
Robin's ranged weapon is a slingshot.
Oh, like a toddler.
He has a stick and a slingshot. Oh, that's terrible.
It's like buying a pie and finding out it has no filling. Yeah. Ariana, yeah. Yeah, go on the subway station, it tanks FPS. Okay, now I kind of want to try it. Updating clues. Okay, so we ran around, we beat people up, we unlocked clues. Okay. Sean, thank you, by the way, for that. For the 2 New Zealand dollary dues. Okay, craft power stock eskrima sticks. My sticks are better. I made better sticks. Okay, I have to perfectly timed evade. Okay. Okay. Examine evidence board. Open challenges. Leads. Interrogate more freaks. Okay. Snitches get stitches. So I gotta go interrogate some people. I want now a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game with 4-player co-op, but in better shape than this crap. I think TMNT is still owned by Warner Brothers, though, isn't it? So you're getting a game like this, whether you like it or not. Like, this is what it would be. Like, let's be real. Like, what makes you think they do better with that IP? Like, they don't have another game to, like, base off of. They had the Arkham games to build off of for this, and this is what they did.
Look what they did to us.
It's owned by Nickelodeon, I think. I guess it all just is dependent. Well, so I think Warner Brothers is owned by Universal. Universal owns Warner Brothers because Universal also owns Harry Potter, and Universal also owns Nickelodeon. So I think it's all under Universal. So I think they do own it. Do you like how they were like, we got to make the buildings look cooler with the neon. Let's just put like some clouds around them. Even though the rest of the city doesn't have that, we'll just put them right in front of the building. Like, look at these. These little clouds.
This is rough, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I'm not getting paid to do this, so I don't know if I'm gonna hang out on it.
I feel that. If you need to go try to apply for your refund, I
don't know if I'm
blame
gonna
you.
get a refund, because honestly, like, I think this game does have potential. You know, when co-op gets going, I think it could be fun. Because, like, especially an open world co-op game is a good time. Like, you and I have played through Unity a little bit. Like, and it's fun to go through, you know, the open world co-op games together. Like, that's fun. You know, so this has potential. I think right now it ain't it.
Okay, I'm gonna try to hop on this thing. I agree. I think it has potential. I am just wishing that we could get the co-op working. I'm gonna try hopping on this. Hold on. Oh, you can't. You can't stand on it. Lame. Lame. We need to decide to play on on PC for the FPS, but you can't. Yeah, for real. Thank you. Thank you, Scholzy, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. So anyway, let's run over here and try to find something. Yeah, Mr. Kale, I don't blame you if you wanna go play something that you enjoy. Because I know the whole point was kind of to try co-op. And who knows, maybe they'll fix it. Maybe it takes like a full PC restart. I don't know. But why do the graphics look worse than Arkham Asylum? My issue, you see on Robin, I mentioned this in the previews, and it's something that they didn't fix. You see his body is lit super evenly across the board, even when we go into shadow or right next to big lights. We get harsh light right on it, but there's no like ambient light shining on us right here. You see? So no matter where we are, our character always kind of looks the same. He's lit the same as I'm running past all these lights and everything else. So really there's just like baked in global illumination stuff on his character model with kind of generic lighting, and then he gets harsh lighting rendered on top of that right here. But even the shadowed parts are too bright. So it just makes everything feel super just bland. It doesn't feel good. We have a Gotham Knight simp in the chat. Poggers. We did it. That's not what I meant to do. Oops. Turn up the contrast. So even when we do that, so like, let's do that right here. Do we have it listed here? No, probably general. EULA. The EULA. Graphics. Auto detect. No. Brightness. I'm looking right at it. So let's crank this down. We can crank the contrast up a little and the vibrance and saturation up a little. Apply. So even when we do this, you see it's the same thing. It's just an artifact of the lighting engine and how they set it up. But the reason it stands out particularly harshly is because the game that these guys made, or not these guys, that Rocksteady made 7 years ago in this same franchise looked a lot better. But I remember Arkham Origins, which is the last game these guys did, had the same issue where it just looked a little flat. So it's not just this game. What are these? frames at. Yeah, it's not working. I don't know why sometimes the overlay thing from NVIDIA works and sometimes it doesn't. It feels like the combat was more inspired by Spider-Man than it was any of the Arkham games for sure.
Makes it easier when the bad guys show up for you.
Pew, 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 pew. Whack, whack, whack. It feels right now like it's dipping between like 30s and then back up to 60s. Even after all that. And I just don't like the button mashing stuff. I criticize Spider-Man for it too, so you can't say I'm not being fair. I think Spider-Man also has a pretty lame combat system, but this is particularly rough. This is a cool finisher. Be serious. Those NPCs are risking their virtual lives here for their families. They're not renders. That are not renders anywhere in this ghost city. I do agree that the city feels empty. It's one of the things that you can kind of get away with, though, when you have, hey, I helped you. When you have a game set at night, because then you can just explain, oh, there's not a lot of people out because it's nighttime. You know, it's a built-in excuse. It works. The internet's so negative. Yes, it's very unfair of us to expect to buy a game for $70 and get a working product. I agree. We really should get our act together. On a scale of bad to mid, where are we? So far, I would say we lean like if 1 is bad, if 5 is mid, and then 10 is amazing. I would say right now I'm more like 4. Like, do I think you could have fun with this? Sure. There are some people who I think would have fun with this, who don't mind the more grindy styles of game design, who see, and then it's just way too dark. So you've got to crank the brightness up a little, but by then it's too flat. It's just not calibrated super well. But if we do everything to default, we still have that issue. See, like, where's this light coming from on his ass? And why does it light it when the camera moves? I'll tell you why. It's because the lights are affixed to the camera rig. And that's why he's always lit well. His light shouldn't be changing on his butt when the camera moves. He's not moving. The light should be staying the same. The light moves because the lights are attached to the camera rig that sticks in third person. The shadows shouldn't move. The reflections, yes. The glossiness, yes, that moves with perspective. But the shadows stay. That's how shadows work. Like, come on. I can't believe I have to explain this. Let's do a quick breakdown on how shadows work for everybody. Let's see. I hate it when games do that. Call a fast food joint food. I think I missed something. Let's see. If it were any other city, I'd expect it to be popping off at night. But I'm guessing the plot is like Batman is dead, so crime is bad, and everyone is scared. Yeah, it's I think it's important to call, like, to just mention those types of things. Like, it is a video game first and foremost. I get that. Even Arkham Knight, like, they came up with a couple of ideas for how you can justify the world being a little more empty, because like, they just can't have it hustling and bustling. Not every game wants the world to be like Spider-Man, right, with just tons of civilians around. So, I mean, all of this, like, the reason people are saying, like, oh, we're being negative. I do agree, AG. So for the record, I do see your comment. For some reason, it hit it for review. I don't know why, but sometimes YouTube is weirdly aggressive. But for that, AG, I do agree the internet is generally negative. And if a game gets initially shown off and it looks kind of meh, it's very difficult for that game to recover by launch. It just is. So I completely agree with that. I don't have a problem with that. It's very true, but that's why you have to stick that initial landing and why you have to win people over by launch by showing them really solid stuff. Everything that was shown off for this game sort of reaffirmed the initial impression, which is what the issue was. Because if I look at this and I'm like, hey, it feels kind of like this game is lacking the X factor. Like, I just don't really get what makes this game really special. It's just, it seems like a co-op, generic, punch 'em up game. And so when I'm waiting for what the hook is, they say, well, you know, we have this unique version of Gotham. Okay. And then it's like, oh, well, we have this, you know, story based off of the New 52 and all of the new comic books of the latest generation of Batman comics. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Show me that. Focus on that. And that's unique. That's interesting. But when you keep doubling down and trying to, like, show off the combat, which looks meh, of course people are going to be like, I don't know, man, the combat looks meh. Like, what do you want from me? You know, it's just weird. That they just seem to focus on all the wrong things. But it does, what that tells you when the marketing team is doubling down on what seems to be the weirdest priorities and the things that don't make the game special, what that tells you is that the developers are, like, notably, or at least the marketing team is notably out of touch with what the fan base wants. And if the marketing team usually gets their directives from either the management and the producers behind the game, or the game devs themselves, if it's a smaller game, because they need to know what they can show, what they can't show. They need to have those understandings. So, either way, it betrays a total disconnection between the fan base or the potential buyers, the customers, and the finished product. And that's kind of what feels like it's going on here, because every time I was interested in this, it was when they showed off story stuff with the Court of Owls and all of that. I bought the freaking, like, you guys can see it back here. See those blue bottomed books? That's the whole New 52, I think is what it's called, Batman series of comics that the Court of Owls is based on. All of that stuff. It's tied in here. So I got those, and when I heard that they were doing this and they were going to take that story and run with it, I was like, okay, color me intrigued. I'm interested. But you got to go a little bit more than that. Like, you got to have a little bit extra. And when you then turn around and just start showing off the gameplay that looks meh at best, that doesn't work, you know? What would be a good example of different archetypes of attacks? Well, so it ties into the theme of that particular character. So if the character is stealth focused, then it makes sense to have abilities that aren't focused necessarily on damage output, but are more focused on distraction, diversion, that type of thing. So, or like if your movement's all based on agility, it could be something that slows down enemies. So for Nightwing, he's all about agility and acrobatics. So maybe instead of his ranged just being a different type of what Red Hood's is, with this like wrist bracelet version of a gun, just change that. So now maybe it's just like a concussive thing. So it pops off when you shoot it, makes a little pop, and it just shocks them and slows them down so you can pivot around them. And then you need damage output to be increased when you attack from the back and things like that. So like just archetypes that match the broader archetype of that character. And it's just weird to me that the archetypes for these two characters that we've seen so far are very different. Are basically the same, even though the parent archetype for what they're supposed to be thematically are very different. What's this? Do we need our scanner? Left by Batman as part of a training exercise. What am I supposed to do with that? Am I just supposed to like look under here? No? Okay. Okay, well. Whatever. The developers even said they were inspired by Chicago making the map. Yeah, Gotham, my understanding, Gotham has always been kind of a melding of Chicago, New York City, some like boroughs in Los Angeles, but like primarily I think the inspiration is generally Chicago. Nailed that. I wanted to do that on the big guy. Why did it take me over here? Just plowing over his friends. Just whacks him. I don't know, man. I was really hoping that he would feel a lot more fluid, but he doesn't. No, interrogate. I didn't want you to finish her. That's what I get. I'm too good. Built different. Use Batgirl. I'm down to try Batgirl. Let's experiment with Batgirl. So we gotta hold down this, and then it opens the map. Belfry. Okay. Are you still there, Caleb? Has your heart been broken? Nope. Oh, I think Caleb, his heart was broken. Okay, let's try Batgirl. Let's see what she's like. Switch to Batgirl. And then let's run out here. Rip Caleb. Rip Caleb. Caleb went bye-bye. Okay. Let's see. So they're all going to start with the same like grapple hook ability until you unlock their main traversal thing, which to me is such a stupid thing to lock behind a progression wall. They should just have that. Because right now, when you start switching, like what we're doing right now, we tried a couple characters, we want to try the others. So you got to think about this from the player's perspective sometimes too, believe it or not. When we're trying out different characters, we are going to bounce between them and quickly get a feeling for what they do well and what they do badly. And immediately traversal, which is one of the big things you'll be doing here, they're all the same. Okay, let's see what her ranged ability is though. There's two ways of doing it, tapping Y and holding down Y. The other two characters, one was just a quick range shot. The other was like a shotgun blast. Okay, let's see what hers is. Tap. Throw it. Okay, and then hold down. It's the same thing. Fam. What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, did they think we wouldn't notice? Like, no, but like, we'll have her throw something. And because that's not a gun, people won't notice that it's actually the same exact attack. It's the same exact thing. I would bet you extremely good money that it's the same, like, system for attack. It's just changing the visual aspect of it. But it's the same. It deals the same damage. It's just throwing it instead of shooting it. And then this is the same exact thing as the shotgun blast and everything else, but they just put some batarangs in there so it looks a little different, even though it's the same thing. So, like, immediately, the whole goal of swapping between characters quickly is to figure out how they feel different and how they play differently. I don't know, man. Like, that's such a big oopsie. It's such a big oopsie, especially if you're trying to tell me that these characters play differently. I get it. So, like, let's be completely fair. There are ability upgrades. So there's all these things which are unique to Batgirl, allegedly, right? So, beat down, interrupt, armored attacks, chance of landing critical hit. Regains 4%. Oracle health efficiency. Okay, by 20%. These are unique to each character, right? I'm not crazy. Like, or are these archetype abilities all the same but with different names? I would assume they're different. So, as it goes on, they should feel more and more different. Only knighthood stuff is different? I don't know. Everyone has different skill trees. I mean, there's some of these abilities that look like they should be applicable to everybody. Like the heavyweight. This doesn't seem like an ability that's unique to Batgirl. Increases heavy melee damage and elemental effect buildup. That seems standard. I don't know. The knighthood challenges take like half an hour. Again, it's just, it doesn't make, like, every one of these, climbed on an invisible wall. Every one of these choices had to be made intentionally. And you just have to ask, okay, so why? Because when you're building a game, each little thing that's done is done intentionally. Like, these streetlights weren't just placed here randomly. They chose to place these here. Same with that sign. We can appreciate all of this stuff. The diner pointing that direction. Okay, so there's probably a diner down there. Then that arrow pointing over there. All of these things are done very, very intentionally. So when you have something like removing their unique abilities and locking it behind 30 minutes of grind, you have to wonder why they did that. Right? Like, you have to wonder why, because that was a conscious decision. Because by default, when they were building this, I'm sure most of them just assumed that those unique, like, traversal abilities would be where you start. And it starts, I think, DivX, I think, padding, or it's a remnant of the live service element of it. Where, like, they could pitch it as, you know, a quick, maybe a ultra deluxe version of the game makes it so you can play with each of the knighthood quests being completed already, or you can tie it in so you have, you know, you can eliminate parts of the grind. Or for live service games, really, it's mostly about trying to lengthen playtime. So just trying to stretch it such that you can push people into this. Like, I guess that makes sense, but it's why people were saying that this really feels like a live service game that was converted into an attempted single player game, you know? Have you played through the story yet? No, Justin, we're just getting started. It didn't unlock on PC until 11 a.m. today. A little pop in there for you. The deluxe edition basically gave you enough materials to upgrade almost every suit from the jump. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. I think the arena of combat's too big. The distance between enemies in one of the combat arenas makes it not fluid. I just think in general it's that these attacks just don't tie together super well. But who knows? Again, people are saying that we're judging it too early, which very well may be the case. I don't want to like completely dismiss the game, but you do have to remember that most people are going to try this game for a few hours, and then they're going to see what their gut reaction is, just like Caleb was doing. And if the game isn't feeling good to them, they're just going to move on, because why wouldn't they? Interrogate freaks. Okay. Freaks in the mob. Freaks in the mob. Where are the freaks? I also hate challenges. I think challenges are stupid. Little chat. Freaks to find out more. Use your compass or AR to find criminal informants. Okay. Let's head over there to one of those. That might be the mob ones. Either way, we got to go to them. So I do agree. It's easy to dismiss these games out of hand quickly. But at some point, I lose sympathy for developers who don't manage the opening hours well. Because it's their job to convince the player that their game is worth playing, right? Like you shouldn't start a game assuming that you should play like and commit dozens of hours to it. I'm trying to find the informant. So the one... No, they all have that. Which one is the informant then? Are none of them the informant? What is that symbol in the top left with like the chain? Mob shooter. None of them have unique identifiers for being... It said to scan them and it'll tell you if they're an informant. Brawler. Maybe that one, because they... No, but that's a fist. That's supposed to be a fist. Let's see. You're looking for a red question mark. A variety of useful items. Totally not a shotgun move. It's just like when we talk about pacing in games, I know it's one of those like really easy to throw out criticisms. The game has bad pacing. A lot of the time people just use that as like the excuse for when they don't like something, but they can't really explain why. And I don't want to fall victim to that trap, you know, but I do think in this case pacing is an actual issue because we're starting out and they begin with 30 minutes of grind. If you want, okay, so he's an informant. He's got a question mark. So I'll take this person out first. So they start us out in a really weird way where you have to grind to just get basic abilities that you would think you already have.
But don't tell my boss, or she'll have my skin. Just what I wanted to hear.
Okay. Crafting items, yay. Okay, so that was one of the mobs. So I gotta go find freaks. View challenge, Freaks. I can't mark it on the map, but it's in the central area. It looks like of the top peninsula. Freaks, the mob, Freaks. Okay, so got to go all the way over there. Okay. We're trying to do it by the book. It seems weird that you can't jump straight from this menu into the map. That seems weird, but maybe I'm being picky. They should have evolved the combat. I mean, it was cool in the first 2 games. We could literally just spam the Y button and win every fight. It depends. Harder difficulties, you couldn't really do that, because if you did that, then you would break your counter, or your like, successive attack multiplier thing, hit counter, whatever it is. And if you broke that, your damage output would be decreased, and then you couldn't really take on the big guys. Your combo counter, that's the word I'm thinking of. So you couldn't really spam Y if you were playing on hard or very hard or any of those difficulties. You had to be much more precise with it. I will say, like, once you got good at it, it wasn't very difficult. You play on very hard and play with no markers or notifiers for attacks, and it wasn't that hard. But at least it was still fluid and felt really satisfying. With this, it just feels like the only difficulty will be in the lack of mobility and agility from character to character, and then also the big health pools that the enemies have. Like, damage sponges are not fun. I can't, like, it's amazing to me that this is still a thing in gaming. They're not fun when you just have to slap somebody constantly. One of the recent games that I thought actually did, like, boss fights pretty well was Curse of the Lamb. Is that what it, Cult of the Lamb. That's what it is. Cult of the Lamb. That actually did it really well. The bosses don't have tons of health. You can take them out. The whole boss fight can last like 30 to 45 seconds. But it's still very, very satisfying. Just because the bosses have their own movesets. They're tough. But if you're good at the game, you'll get through it relatively quickly. But it's satisfying each and every time. Whereas if the bosses just had crazy amounts of health, it wouldn't be that fun. You know, they would spoil a good thing. I don't think I was supposed to be able to crawl through that. Did you see that? That was weird. I like clipped through the metal gate. Huh. That was weird. That was weird. Okay. Let's run over here. Yeah, you can't glide with her until you complete these challenges. Cult of the Lamb. Yeah, I do love me some Cult of the Lamb. It runs pretty good on Switch. It does crash randomly. What are we going to do with this PC? This PC is going to be kind of converted into the updated streaming PC. Because the streaming PC we're using now was originally built in like 2017. And it wasn't like top of the line then. And with the streaming and video stuff we're doing now, it's really struggling to keep up. So we'll basically convert this thing. I think I'll trade down the graphics card because right now it has a 3080 in it. We don't need a 3080 for streaming. So I'll probably like sell it and then get like a 3060 or like a 4060 if that's out yet. Because apparently the new encoding thing they're using on it is crazy. Or the Intel Arc, yeah, exactly. One of those, just for the encoding, because that's all the computer will be doing. Let's get over there and see what that's about. You can't swim. I don't blame him. Batman couldn't swim either. He was a little bitch like that. But people are saying that we're being... Oh, there's a freak down there. People are saying that we're being unfair and we're dismissing the game too early. I would say that we've been fairly generous. The fact that the game's co-op doesn't work at all, seemingly, is pretty bad. That's pretty bad. You know, that's hard to justify. No, that's mob. This is a freaker area? Okay. Not even a bat cycle? We do have a bat cycle. Yes, we're just trying to look at the city and get a feel for it right now. But we do have a bat cycle. Or bat bike, whatever we call it.
Officers needed to investigate near Wayne Tower. We have reports of gang activities.
It's okay, I'm here. It's Skeletor! Hey, we got Batgirl! Okay, the voice acting for these NPCs is pain. There's also no long roll. That seems like a big oversight. Is that an ability we get later? I don't know how else to describe the combat other than just stiff. It feels like you should be able to move a lot more than you can. Is that not gonna do fire damage to him? Apparently not. You notice I just picked up on that. She yells, "You're dead, hero." You know why? You know why? It's because you can be playing as any one of the 4 heroes. And I guess they didn't want to record individual lines of dialogue for the NPCs to yell at you in context of being Batgirl. So she just yells, "You're dead, hero." It's like, "You're dead, player character." Don't think you can't get this stuff past me. Like, you know, I don't know. We'll pick this up real quick. Good Lord. Like, I get it. It hasn't always been easy to write, like, character dialogue for NPCs and brutes and stuff. Hey!
You excited?
Almost just failed the mission because of that.
You didn't stand a chance.
But surely somebody's capable of writing better dialogue than that. Why do they just keep showing up? You guys know me. I love wave-based combat. It's definitely not, like, super outdated. It's really, really triggering me that you can't... Like, the fire from the Molotovs doesn't also deal damage to them. I am actually triggered. Like if the status effect hits me, it should also affect them. Like maybe call me unreasonable. Could we start over? Ah, that's so funny and quirky. Okay, I resolved that crime, but I didn't get to interrogate anybody.
You should be safe now.
Yeah, I did. 5% left because I totally did not get distracted during the boss or during the fight and forget you were there.
Gotta get to safety.
Gotta get to safety. Learn the combat. I am an expert already. I'm built different. I do like that. The police come in after you're done to clean up. That is a good touch. Look at all the people I beat up. So like you take all those guys out and as you leave, like they come in and clean it up and take everybody away. I do like that. That I would say is an improvement over the previous games. I will say that. Why did you just moan in my ear? Because you're lucky. That's why. Caleb texted me. He's like, if you want to take a break to play something fun, just let me know. Yeah, I know there's training exercises in the Belfry. Yeah, no, I get that.
I'll take that.
Battering retrieval. But we're here to play the game, not to grind out a bunch of little training things. We got to get in it. And the combat, maybe I'm just being a sassy boy. The combat doesn't feel robust enough currently with the abilities we have to justify a ton of extra, like, more grind going through training things. So I think we need to unlock the knighthood and then maybe we go through it with the extra abilities and stuff. But right now, I just don't really feel like it. Nimble Sloth, a lot of people said it, but I held judgment until I saw it myself. The game doesn't look that detailed to not be 60 FPS. I absolutely agree. There really is no reason why this thing couldn't be 60 FPS on console other than just blind optimization issues. This is running at 1440p natively on a 3080 right now. And it's struggling to maintain like 50 frames. So like it makes sense now why the graphical requirements were so demanding, because it's just not very well optimized. It's just not. And so there's that. Anything positive? That's a good question, Pink and Blue. Like, okay, we got to be positive. Let's say some nice things. It's like when you're in mediation or something, like couples counseling. They're like, say something you appreciate about the other. Say something that you appreciate about Gotham Knights. I would say, like, right now, I would say right now, the game okay, I gotta really okay, that is true. The cosmetics do look cool. I'll give them that. The cosmetics do look cool. If we pull up this menu and we look at the gear and like styles, I think it was, current suits, like look at all these. This is objectively pretty cool. We got to give them credit. They're all locked behind a good amount of grind, but like these are cool options. I'll give them that. I'll give them that. The combat, I do not enjoy. The world navigation. Right now, I do not enjoy it. Maybe once I have like the special traversal abilities, maybe then I'll like it. But right now, I don't. I will say, like, before anybody brings it up, yes, you have the bat bike cycle, whatever thing. Come on, John. I can't climb that. Are you kidding me? Okay, so I have this. Plop. It just appears. It's the same thing for each of the characters. I mount it and I can drive. But and I think most players, don't play superhero games to drive motorcycles. I play superhero games to be a superhero. And one of the cool things about superheroes is that they can get around without having to take normal transport like a regular human being. Which is why, like, Arkham Knight, like flying around and gliding around was way more fun in terms of navigation than the Batmobile, even though the Batmobile was pretty cool. So I just don't buy that. I don't buy that. Like this is super fun. So like navigation, I'm already kind of burnt out on it because this is lame. You don't actually move very quickly, but they put the sound effects and the vision effects on screen to make it look like you're going super, super fast. When you're not actually going super, super fast. We're actually driving at like 30 miles an hour. It's like not very fast at all. And the screen is weirdly zoomed in. The FOV is really tight for this. So world navigation, not loving it. World events, very minimal, not very robust. I don't think it really justifies casually exploring. Like this world feels akin to like Mafia 3 if I would have to describe it right now. But at least Mafia 3 had some really cool dynamic stuff where like you walk into a store, people will comment on your race. If you walk into a whites only store as Lincoln Clay, you'll get kicked out. Like it's pretty comprehensive and thematically in tune with what you would expect. But it was also pretty empty. And there just wasn't a lot to do dynamically. And the stuff that was there to do dynamically was like random little placed, like, oh, these guys are trying to rob this lady, or, oh, these racist cops are out here doing this, and, you know, stuff like that. So it's just kind of bland. It's just bland. And that's what this feels like right now. So exploration, navigation, I'm not having it right now. And I would not expect that to really change a whole lot in the next couple of hours, but maybe it will. Who knows? Combat, like I said, really lackluster. And something as simple as the archetype of attacks, like I mentioned earlier, being this like identical is frankly unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. The fact that the basic attacks are just reskinned versions of each other, and then the ranged attacks are the same. Shotgun blast. There's no finesse or difference in it. The fact that co-op just doesn't work on Steam right now, that's a huge issue. The performance issues with frame drops the moment you start navigating. There's a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems. And then this whole thing with how they structured the main quest right now, where we have to go around and then interrogate freakers, it already feels like a grind where we're doing random trivial tasks that aren't that interesting to progress the story. And if they have to rely on that type of quest design this early, I doubt the late game's going to be much different, you know? Can we interact with the NPCs on the street? Let's see. Yes, by the way, thanks for bringing that up. Galzo, thanks for bringing it up, the Plague Tale critique. Yeah, I actually was going to post it this morning, but then all of the God of War reactions started dropping, and I wanted to do one more pass, like just quality assurance on the critique. So we're just going to post it tomorrow morning and syndicate it across like Spotify and iTunes and everything all at the same time. So we're going to do all of that first thing in the morning or late tonight and send it out that way. It was just going to get buried in all of the God of War and stuff. Nice costume. You can beat up civilians. Do NPCs have health? Can you ever knock them out? I don't think you can knock them out. I think they'll always stay up. Well, I'm a little surprised you can do that too. I'm just going to go buy my 14th copy of Cyberpunk. Throwing a battering at civilians. Yeah, and there's not even a comment telling you should stop. It would be funny if she was like, I shouldn't be doing this. Would Batman be proud of me? Just little stuff like that. It makes me, the fact that you can't, there is no dialogue triggering right there, it makes me think that it's probably more of an oversight than a feature. Kill the civilians after I die. Famous last words of Batman. What? It's kind of annoying that all of the windows are blacked out so you can't see inside because there aren't actual NPCs in there. It's a little touch. Would have been nice to have something a little better than that, but they're all blacked out. Oh well. This game feels like it's made out of rubber. It's another example of when it's very Saints Row. It just feels like it was a game built totally out of touch with what the fans really wanted. And if I had to put money on it, I would guess that this probably was, like we were saying, a like live service game that was converted into this, I would guess. What did IGN give the game? I think like a 4 or 5. Which honestly seems like it was interesting. It like a lot of these publications either gave it I think it was like 7 out of 10 was the average, but then like PC sites who tried to do co-op stuff gave it like 4.5 and 5 out of 10. I think PC Gamer gave it a 49 out of 100. Which honestly, right now, this feels like a 49 out of 100 on PC just because, like, one of the big staple features was supposed to be co-op. They said they couldn't get better performance in the game because of the co-op. You can't even join your friend's game right now. We full restarted the game multiple times. Caleb restarted his game fully, like, twice. And it doesn't work. Like, you can't play with your friends right now. It's just broken. Gotham Knights early review scores: Press Start 8, Dexterra 8, Video Games Chronicle 4 out of 5. Like 8 out of 10s? Wow. 7.5 from Game Informer, 7.25 from Push Square, 7 from Hardcore Gamer. Video Games Chronicle gave it a 3.5 out of 5. Okay. Well played, 5. IGN 5. PC Gamer 49 out of 100. GameSpot gave it a 4. Huh. A lot of 7s and 8s, which, I mean, is right in line for like an average okay game. And there, again, we need to be a little more understanding. There is a place, I think, for a game that's in like a 7 out of 10 range. So I don't want to just like be like, oh, so therefore it's terrible. It got an average score. Like 7s are still passing in school. It's not great, but it's not like a horrible game. Let's go up here. So I want to be clear on that. Like, it's not an immediate dismissal, but mount. So there are places for average games. I don't have a huge issue with that, but the fact that they're so polarizing brings into question a lot of things. Apparently the main story is dope. Well, if it's anything like the Court of Owls in the comics, I'm down. Like, and that's what I said. Like, that's what pulled me in and made it interesting to me. So I'm interested to start working through the main story, and I want to like it for that. I want to get into it. But at the end of the day, this is also like, it's pitched as a co-op video game. Drift is left trigger. So if I pull down left trigger while I have the gas down, I can drift. Okay. Okay. I like that. I like the drift. Being able to drift. Do they allow you to change FOV in the settings? Yes, for regular gameplay. I don't think I mean, let's see how much it changes it in the... on the bike. I don't think it changes it on the bike. Yeah, it doesn't. So it's only when you're off the bike. The bike stays the same FOV. The driving effect of the lines on the edge of the screen is annoying. Oh, is it more waves? No, it's 5. Defeat enemies with ranged attacks. Defeat enemies with throws. Okay, I want to scan them, right? They're just throwing Molotovs at a cop who's facing the wrong way. Okay. Rude. Yeah, shoot them with real bullets. Non-lethal, though. Whack, whack, whack. Okay, I'm gonna read chat while fighting these guys. Let's just see how good it is. How does a game get this far into development and it's still underwhelming? That is baffling to me. I think it's just when developers kind of get into... I think I needed her alive. I think it's what happens when developers sort of get into a bubble and they just have been working on something for years and years and years. It's kind of easy to lose perspective on it a little bit. Defeat the reinforcements. Okay. Because, I mean, again, we do have to be a little understanding. These people have been working on this for years and years and years. So it's, for many of them, a passion project. And it's something they've loved and worked on very carefully for a long time. But you still do have to call out some of these broader issues, especially because a lot of the biggest problems with this game seem to be relegated to managerial issues and then performance issues, which can sometimes come from like oh, the bonus I failed. I was like, did I fail the full thing? What? Where are the reinforcements? What are they doing? Oh, they killed all the cops. Okay, so I need to get him a little weaker. Can't interrogate yet. Okay. It's only some of them that I can interrogate, though. Throw. Okay, well, I cleared that. I don't know. If GTA 6 ends up being a failure, then the world of games. So somebody asked earlier in chat, they were like, are there any games that are review proof? Which I found to be a really interesting question. Like, are there any games that I guess are they just, the reviews don't matter. Like, everybody's still going to buy it, and the reviews are always going to be great no matter what, or they're always going to be bad no matter what. I think it's true of almost like every controversial title. So like Assassin's Creed, I don't think at this point is ever going to waltz in and get a 10, right? They can be well reviewed and well received, even nominated for some big awards like Odyssey was. But Ubisoft games start with such a bias against them that I just don't think it's ever going to do it. Same with like FIFA, yeah, Madden. They're never going to win Game of the Year, even if they're really, really good. It's just never going to do that. And with like with Grand Theft Auto 6, with God of War, Ragnarok, with all of those types of games, they're always going to be received like and reviewed very, very well. Like they just are. Those studios know how to put a game together that satisfies their fans, and they can do it pretty well. Those games can still have a ton of issues, but they know what they're doing when they are appealing to their fans, which is why God of War Ragnarok, it's going to scratch that itch for fans of God of War 2018, and it's going to be more of that, and it's going to be great. And I agree, good is subjective, but like these reviews are being made by those who are subjective and reflect the subjective views of their audience. So like if we look at, like I said earlier, the Elden Ring reviews, those are being made by fans of FromSoft games. And so as long as FromSoft makes a game that FromSoft fans find appealing, which is pretty easy for them once they have such a unique style, then it's going to be received really well, of course. Where am I? Okay, I'm over here. Criminal activities. Okay, I'll just go over there. See what's over there. So I do think there are some games that are just going to be like they were never going to review poorly. But also the audience was never going to really give a crap. The audience is going to play it no matter what anyways. Okay, they're on the roof. I still don't really... So that little F is their, like, squad name. I'm sorry, the freaker thing is so cringe to me. Long stream poggers? Hell yeah, dude. Like, if we're able to pull 400 or 500 people in here for streams, I'm down to stream for a long time. Usually nowadays, like, if the stream dips down and is chilling around, like if the stream drops down to like, you know, 60, 70, then usually I feel more justified in like taking a break. There we go. Interrogate. But with like this, it's crazy. We've had a crazy big stream today.
The guy gave us good money and let him inject us with stuff. You sure it wasn't a robbery or something?
Belfry, no leads on who killed Langstrom.
We'll figure something out. Also, we know where Talia is. I'll send the coordinates.
Well, let's see.
Thanks.
All the way over here. Fast travel. It's like I've said, whenever a player feels the need to fast travel, if your game is an open world game, you should be concerned. Because something's like, it's basically a system that players can use to bypass some major elements of the game's design. And that should concern you. Like, if your players want to skip past traversal. One of the great things in, like, say Gotham or like Red Dead Redemption 2 or Spider-Man, those games, you want to just explore the world and the movement's so fun that you just want to go ride your horse. You know, you don't need to fast travel. But already I'm kind of sick and tired of having to do this annoying zip thing just to get around. So I'm fast traveling around the map to bypass it. And I know, like, we will unlock her glide ability, which will probably make it a little better. I think my point more broadly is, if you're trying to convince players that they should stick with your game and finish it, you shouldn't spend the first, like, 3 hours making them so miserable that they just don't want to, like, traverse anymore, period. Like, why was that withheld from the player? If you know that this is bad, I get the idea, oh, we want a sense of progression. There's a better way to do it than making the rest of it kind of miserable. Okay, let's see this cutscene.
Talia, I thought you and your league would have packed your bags by now.
I'm not their commander. They cast me out.
You're the daughter of their leader. Burning his body would have pretty much guaranteed your place at the top.
My late father insisted Bruce would be the next head of the League, despite his refusal. Since that ill-fated duel, all the League can agree on is carrying out Raish's mission.
It doesn't make sense. Why would Raish kill Bruce if he was his successor?
I agree. It was an irrational whim. I warned him the Batman would be his downfall. But repeated exposure to the Lazarus Pits breaks down a subject's mind. Eventually, their true self is
I don't know what the
erased.
deal is with this reverb they have on the audio. They're not in a cave.
Why bother killing him then? It's not like he would have been a threat to you. What was it really about?
Consider it a logical choice. A painless end for him and closure for the League. And for me. Now they want me dead.
I guess your time in Gotham has finally come to an end.
I have other matters to attend to. The funeral was tasteful. I'm sure Bruce would have appreciated it.
Leave Bruce out of this. This is between you and me. Now answer my question.
No, but I can ask you one. Why would an apprentice to the cowl break into the morgue? I know you weren't following me.
It's an ongoing investigation.
Ongoing? Left behind by Bruce. I wish you the best of luck. You'll be needing it soon. Because once the League regains its footing, Gotham will be in its sights.
Belfry, it looks like Talia's got her own mission here.
That figures. Is that why you didn't bring up Langstrom?
I really don't want to give her anything she doesn't already have.
Good thinking. Over and out.
Can we give Batgirl some credit too? Do you have any idea how hard it is to balance on a thing like this?
Hey,
have you ever tried to do that? Not easy.
Sounds serious.
Yeah,
What's going on?
ninjas. Exactly.
We received a message from
I had almost forgotten about that.
It's pretty interesting. To say the
Ooh.
least.
Whenever Harley's involved, there's trouble. I'm on my way.
Okay. Harley sent a message. Interesting. Let's see what Harley's message is. Did I get that fly? No, he just kind of disappeared. There was okay, quick story time, I guess. There was an overarching general odor of just ass in this room. I said at the start of Wednesday's stream, I walked in, I was like, it just smells like ass. It smells like ass right now. And I could not figure out why. I took out the trash. I cleaned Ville's enclosure. I checked everything. Like I checked the spider traps and like everything else I have in here. And I was like, I've done everything right. Where is the smell coming from? So finally, I was like, okay, maybe it's just like kind of stuffy in here and that's what it is. So I opened all the windows and just ran the fan and just tried to get all the air out from here because the computers run and everything. And I think that the old air just gets stuck in here. So it just ends up being stuffy and gross. So after I did that, I think the fly flew away and got out. And I no longer smell the fart smell, which I appreciate greatly. So I think that's how I got rid of the fly. I didn't end up doing, like, I didn't clap him. I didn't get anything like that, unfortunately. The guy lived to fight another day.
So Harley contacted Batman using...
Okay, you're saying switch it to headphone mode and it gets rid of the weird sound thing. Oh, that's not what I want. Back. Default input, and that's fine. Dynamic range, headphones. Okay.
I don't know, a homing pigeon and a USB drive?
It still has a, like,
That's
at
how I
least
got this
here
video?
the reverb makes sense. On a top of a building, it doesn't make any sense.
Babs, help? Do we think it's legit? Bruce never talked to me about it.
When Bruce worked with criminals, he didn't exactly keep us in the loop.
Yeah, it's not you, Tim. But it's also not crazy to think that Harley made this up.
Just play it, and we'll know.
Harley!
Hiya, Betsy. Been a while. It's weird, because I heard a rumor that you were dead.
Oh boy.
Anyway, I got what you wanted. Hope that ain't what got you dead. So come visit me at Blackgate. Ooh.
Wait, hasn't Harley Quinn been out of Gotham ever since, you know, her ex?
Killed me? Is that what you meant? Rumor has it she did some government thing. Went straight-ish. She's got something.
Then we go find Harley. Now. We got new intel for the evidence board.
Okay. Damage, resistances, weaknesses. Okay. Different elemental effects. Her voice is very... I don't know, she doesn't have a very strong accent this time around. I kind of prefer the stronger accent. I don't know. Yeah, Suicide Squad reference. I did pick up on that. She went and did some government thing. Turned straight-ish. I did think that was a good touch. That was a good touch. Reach Blackgate. Okay. All the way over there. Guess let's go.
Do you think this...
Yeah, I think the main story has a ton of potential. Like the Court of Owls is a crazy good what even would you call it? Tale, a yarn. It's great. It's a great story, but it takes a little bit more than that to create a solid video game. And if there's a really good story buried in a bunch of mediocre gameplay, I think unfortunately a lot of people will miss out on that story. But we'll see. I mean, I'm gonna give it a shot. Sorry.
Blackgate Penitentiary.
Am I not supposed to be here?
Fun fact time. Did you know they built Blackgate on top of an old colonial-era fort?
Right. I remember reading about that. What are you thinking?
I studied the architectural plans and found some oddities. There may be an entrance to the west.
Good to know. I'll head over there now.
So like this type of thing I actually kind of like. I like when they have big set pieces and they clearly put effort into them. They're unique. It's different from what you've been doing. This I like. This I like. How long do you think it'll be before the required Joker appearance? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if they'll even do that. Do you think they're going to do it? Or will they just pretend like... I don't know. They might just not even touch on it. Yeah, Mafia 3 comparisons. Yeah, I agree. I agree. The arrows do go into the ground, Momon. Yeah. I don't love this. We had to load into a separate, like a separate loading screen just for this. That seems weird. Like, again, there's just random little things about this game that just makes it feel like last gen. But even a lot of last gen PS4 games, there weren't like loading screens to go into sequences like this.
Belfry, I'm in. Time to find Harley.
The X on her map corresponds to cell block 3, past Nexus processing. The guards have withdrawn their patrols from that block.
Meaning it's anything goes in there. Got it. I'll tread carefully.
Come on. There you go.
Spotted another runner. Frick. Sure he did. We're getting more rabbits every day. I'm not paid enough for this shit. None of us are. We'll stop him in solitary and then send the doc in to take a look at him.
I wonder who they're talking about.
You know this escape attempt is gonna buy him 2 more years at least.
Yep. Now I hate him even more.
Crouch, crouch, crouch. Just get through all of it. Blast through it. Digital Foundry explained it best. They are using cross-gen technology and half-baked ambient occlusion. You see how characters outside of the indoors stand out? It's like they don't understand light. Yeah. How does the stealth feel like? I mean, I feel like I'm just walking past everybody. I really have to clear them out. I can't just... Okay. I can already tell you, these guys, it feels like they have way too much health. I can see why you might have said that hard would just be annoying.
Is that Harley on the PA? Party balloons and a riot? Harley can't be far.
Yeah, this looks like Harley. Defeat the inmates. Okay. Well, she sounds like a Bratz doll. I agree. There's something weird with her voice. But there's been weird stuff with all of the voice actors in this game so far.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Like, I don't even feel the need to really use my super ability. Okay. Miss Harley. She got AirPods.
Well, well. If it isn't Brat Girl. You here for a chat? Just us girls. I got ice cream.
Oh yeah, that's definitely why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Was it too much to ask for you to visit earlier?
You have some information for Batman. What is it?
Wait a second. This means that Bats is dead. For real? Well then. He asked me to profile some criminals. On account of me being a brilliant psychiatrist.
With the added experience of being an actual criminal.
Hey! I am not a criminal! I'm misunderstood.
No more games, Harley. Show me what you've got.
Everything is in this book. But I'm missing my piece de resistance. I need you to follow up on this here card.
Society. Ninjas.
Or you could just give me the whole book.
It should be down in records. Okay? Bye.
So like,
Records are in the basement. Just head on through.
Taking orders from Harley Quinn. Yeah, this is definitely what I studied library sciences for.
library sciences? What? Did I hear that right? Is that what they said? She said library sciences. What the hell are library sciences? Am I the only one that does... Do I feel like I missed something? I don't know what library sciences are. Hold on, I'm going to Google it. Library sciences? Sciences. Okay, library science, a field of study. Library science is an interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary field that applies the practices, perspectives, and tools of management, IT, education, and other areas to libraries. Okay, I stand corrected. Apparently, library science is a real thing. Who would have thought it? I had no idea. It's got a whole freaking Wikipedia page. Look it up yourself. Library science. I kid you not. Hold on. Focus. You can do it. There you go. Library science. I'm not joking. I had no idea. Yeah, go back to school, Luke. Yeah, for real. What have I been doing for I studied corporate finance. What? What is that? I don't Dude. Education to become a librarian. That's a thing. Well, specifically what's actually kind of interesting about this, like no cap, is the collection, organization, preservation, and dissemination of information resources and the political economy of information. So like it's not just like working in a librarian. It's like even how to organize and maintain like all the documents and the books and everything else. So like it actually does seem like you would want to have somebody. I would have assumed the people running like the Library of Congress would be like, oh, they're historians, or they're like IT people for the IT. I wouldn't think that there's a degree or a field of study specific to the broader like preservation of that type of thing. So I don't know. I'm getting all sorts of pop-ups saying that my storage is running out on my streaming PC because apparently I haven't deleted like any streams from the last like 2 weeks, and so it's all just super bloated. Oops. Well, we will fix that when I move this PC over and swap all of that stuff around. So, yeah, who knew? Yeah, spending 40K for a 20K a year job. Yeah, for real. That's just the American way, don't you know? That's how it is. At least, like, I knew somebody who was studying Romantic Spanish literature. I kid you not. That's what it was. But, like, all of this, you can make good money studying pretty much anything. But you have to be very talented. You have to have a lot of very specific, I suppose, and marketable skills that are very unique. And so, like, I've told this story before. My favorite professor in college, he had a PhD specializing in wine markets. Wine, like the drinking wine. So like he would go and he would buy a bottle of wine, and his PhD was in how to take that bottle of wine, investigate which were going to be worth the most in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. And then he would trade. And so he basically had a PhD in how to trade and buy and sell and store and invest in wine. Yeah, a PhD. I kid you not. He was like, I knew I wanted to go to school for finance, but I didn't want to just get a generic bland degree. So once I got my basic degrees out of the way and I wanted to go for my PhD, I just decided I would hunt down something I was interested in. I really like wine. So I hunted down like one of 3 schools in the world that have a specialization course in wine markets. So he went and got a PhD in that. And now, like, billionaires will contact him to help build their collection of wines that they're investing in. Because like Jeff Bezos, he spent something insane like $150 million expanding his wine collection because it's also an investment, and the money just like they just keep raising in value. So they come in and they hire him to figure out what the best option is. And then he has his own wine investments, and he's got like over here in Ohio, he has a special whatever cellar, and then he has a different cellar in Colorado for the higher elevation, and then he has a cellar like in Los Angeles where it's at sea level where he stores wine because he needs the different altitudes and things. Like, he goes hard, but he has a very specific niche talent and he can market it. Whereas like if I told my parents, oh, I'm going to college, I'm going to study wine markets, they'd be like, what on earth are you doing? But he found a way to stand out and really make something of himself that's unique and different. Which either way, I mean, you got to kind of give him praise for that. You know, props. Man, money hurts. This, whilst most of the world lacks necessary infrastructure. Yeah. It's just wealthy people will always find interesting things to buy, at least in my opinion. And people think like, oh, you're so rich that you're buying a $5,000 bottle of wine. What you have to understand is that, like, you're not buying the wine to drink it. You buy the wine because the wine is going to go up at like 15% per year. So it's just another investment. Like, it's not for drinking. Yeah, some rich people, I'm sure they are drinking $1,500 bottles of wine. But like I've told this story before, I used to know a guy, and I still know him. We keep in touch every once in a while, but he easily was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Easily. Hundreds of millions of dollars. And he would get upset if you brought a bottle of wine to one of his like dinner parties that was worth more than $15. He would get actually upset with you because he would taste it. He liked the taste. And then when he realized it was going to be more than $15, he would freak out at you because you had just gotten him like to fall in love with an expensive bottle of wine. Like, this guy's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but he doesn't want to spend more than $15 on a bottle of wine. And that's why he was rich, because he had that attitude. And so he wasn't going out and buying and spending money on things that were kind of useless. He was going out and buying things only if they would retain or increase in value. Like he would go and he would spend money, you know, on apartment buildings, on wine, on art. He would buy expensive paintings, like paintings that are like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. And he would buy those. And then he'd get them all properly taken care of, sealed in the right kinds of frames, and then set it up in his house. And it was a beautiful piece of art on one of his walls. But guess what? He sold that thing like 3 years later for 50% more than he paid for it. It was just another investment, you know? So it's just thinking about money differently. Instead of buying stuff to just get by, you buy things to invest in them. And if it's not going to retain value, you don't buy it. Like, or if it's not a tool that's returning you something, you just don't do it. Yeah, he didn't spend his money on Gotham Knights. Well, that's why, like, Caleb saying, I don't know, man, I'm not getting paid for this. I don't really want to keep grinding through this if I'm not having fun. I don't want to, like, I don't want to, like, tease him for that, because that's very valid. Like, if you are spending your hard-earned money on something that you don't get anything out of, yeah, that doesn't make sense. For me, I spend $60 on this game, and just in this stream, you know, with ad revenue and the memberships and the donations that we've gotten, we've probably made that up now. So already it's like zeroed out for me. Not to mention that I can now use this gameplay and these impressions and things, and I can go and make a video on the main channel, which is gonna generate even more money, you know? So for me, these things are investments, whereas for a lot of other people, they might not be, you know? Even a game that I am just buying to tear apart, I can usually get my money back on it and then some. You would hope, right? That's the idea, at least. But yeah, the 4090 as an investment. The other perk of a 4090 is that you can write off a 4090. For me, it's a hardware upgrade. So I can... Where is it? So for the 4090, I can, like, I'm buying, well, technically not, because it's a sponsorship, so I guess I'm not buying. But, like, let's say if I bought a 4090, that, like, for $1,500, that 4090 is an expense for my business, so that 4090 is then subtracted from my net profits, so I'm not taxed on that money that I spent. I get a new graphics card as well, but also it decreased my taxable liability. So it's not free. When people say it's a write-off, all they mean is it's discounted at your marginal tax rate, if you're an individual, or at your corporate tax rate if the company's buying it. So for me, like, if the corporate tax rate is 21% or 35% or 27%, whatever it may be, in your country, you can then just discount it at that rate. So it may cost you, say, $1,000, but the effective cost to you, if your tax rate is 30%, is $700, because otherwise you'd be taxed on that difference, you know, if that makes sense. Why invest? You die anyways? That's a good point, actually. I'm going to go liquidate my 401k. I'm going to go get out. Are you going to do an unboxing video? Is it a Founder? I don't actually know what version it is. Like I said, I have a sponsor I'll be announcing in November that's decking out the studio with a new gaming PC and everything. So they're going to be putting the PC together and everything, sending it to me at some point. So we'll do an unboxing of the PC. We'll do all of that. I might have to, like, stream it from my phone, because I assume the computers will be shut down and everything. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Can I buy the old Stream PC GPU? It's the old Stream PC. This is using a 1070 Founders Edition. So I don't know if you want a 1070 Founders Edition. It's a big boy, but if you want it, yeah. The 1070 slaps. Oh, it was good for me for a good long while. It really was. People have subjective worldviews and can account for truth or morals. Then they make value claims and judgments. Can't account for truth and morals. I don't know. That starts to wade into like that presuppositional, like apologetic garbage that you start to see with a lot of people who have kind of insane, like perceptions of capital T truth and morality and, like if you are relying on like presuppositional apologetics to justify your worldview, then, you know, I think you've kind of reached the end of the bridge of where you are. Is it you or the world? That's insane, Luke. We're all crazy. We're all crazy here. Gotta go have a good stream. Nell, thanks for coming by, my friend. Now, Luke, give us a rundown on how the central bank go burr and inflation's big brain. Gladly. Let's see. Do you think you'll use DLSS more in games now? I know you like doing standard rasterization, but Cyberpunk at 130 FPS sounds ethereal. Yeah, and especially if DLSS 3.0 is as good as they're saying it is, I'm more into it. My problem was that, like, I think ray tracing is not super well implemented in most games. And as a result, there's weird hitching and stuttering when you put it in. And then, like, because I also turn on DLSS when I try to do ray tracing stuff, I associate that stuttering with the ray trace or with the DLSS, but I don't think that's actually the case. When DLSS is working well, it's great. It's tremendous. So I'm hoping the 4090 can really crank out some crazy stuff. Sophie, thanks for coming by, my friend. I think we're probably going to wrap up here too, because my computer's sending me warning signs and error messages saying that it's running out of disk space, so I'm not going to push it. But with that, I really appreciate all of you guys. I have had a good time doing this. I know it's easy for us to bash the game and we can joke about it and there's its like it's got its own suite of issues, but I'm gonna keep going through Gotham Knights. We're gonna try the story. We're gonna try to get through more of it and keep grinding like that. It's gonna be good. So in the meantime, we'll be back Monday. We're gonna stream some more. I will have the Plague Tale critique going up tomorrow, and we'll also Whippy Ice. Yes, good mentioning that. Monday we're gonna be doing the reactions to your setups, your gaming setups. I have those, or we've been collecting those. Rocky's been building those out and collecting those. So if you have a setup that you want me to react to, your little gaming den, whatever it may be, just send that to Rocky on Discord and I'll react to it on Monday. Okay. So we'll make sure we hit that. But rate my life. Yeah, we could do it. Or like that, you know, rate my financial situation, and then it just is really depressing the more and more you get into it. Sorry, Ardalin. Sorry. Yeah, it's just how it happens sometimes. Still have Anatomy. Hold on. Steam. Social. No, friends and chat. That's where it should be. Friend requests. No, I don't think you're any one of these. Hold on. I think you sent it in the... Rocky, I don't see a friend request from you, I don't think, unless you're one of these people that I don't... with a mismatched name. I don't know. It's in the news chat. Okay. I will get that added anyway. It's in the news chat. So the gaming news, specifically gaming news I don't see it there. Or are you talking about the mods in live stream? Okay. I don't know. I'm so confused. Oh, I just hear Lockie. I think the mods one. Okay. I think Locke just fell. I hear him screaming. Okay. I'm going to call it there. Thanks for chilling with me, everybody. Rocky, I'll get that taken care of. Much love, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I will see you Monday. Price I recommend Gotham Knights right now, I would say like 30, 40 bucks. But that might change as I play more. Anyway, have a great day, everybody. I love you all. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.